Good evening. I'm calling to order the meeting of the Town of Pittsburgh Board of Commissioners for Tuesday, May the 28th. And as we usually do, we'll begin the meeting with a moment of silence. Thank you. I know that Memorial Day has passed, but Mayor Pro Tem and I were thinking it would be nice to recognize veterans here this evening. Would you all stand if you're a veteran of the war or service? Jay, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Sure. Would everyone rise for the pledge?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
You have the agenda before you. Are there any modifications to the agenda, or is there a motion to approve the agenda as it stands?
To pass one item set aside just for a very brief discussion. Consent agenda item number 2. I don't know whether that should be old business or new business. Suggestions?
Well, it's to set a public hearing, but I would think that it would be old business since that element has already passed. Okay? All right, then we'll start old business with that particular item. Okay. Other than that, is there a motion to approve both the regular agenda and the consent agenda with the one amendment to take item number 2 from the consent agenda and make it not item 1 of old business? Moved by Pamela Baldwin. Yes, that's true, we do. We have corrections here at our desk, and we receive them by email as well. And that would be excellent. Pamela Baldwin, since you made the motion, you also would be open to adding the corrections to the May 13th minutes. Excellent. And who was it that seconded? Deb Wilson Foley. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. 4 public hearings before us tonight. The first one is the community development block grant from Ruth, leading us in this discussion about building reuse application for E.G. Gilera.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We'll get it started. We also have in attendance Melissa Bird, Director of the Chatham County EDC, and certainly if she wishes to make any comments or clarifications, she's certainly welcome to do that at your pleasure. The issue tonight is a required public hearing for an application for a building reuse grant to the state's Department of Commerce in the benefit of E.G. Gilera, who, as you're aware, is a manufacturer of medical devices, and they purchased the vacant building, the previous vacant building that sits in Fayetteville and Hanks. I think previously it was called BioLex, to my knowledge. It may have had some other names over the years. They're working with the EDC and with the town to make improvements on the building, both inside and out. The grant itself would benefit mainly improvements on the inside, HVAC, heating, some other interior repairs that have to be made due to use, basically to get it up to speed to the benefit of what they needed to do to make the medical devices that they anticipate making. The project's requesting $300,000 in community development block grant. The overall cost of the project is a little bit over $4.5 million. E.G. Gallero will be pledging to create an additional 19 jobs at approximately $15,000, a little bit over $15,000 per job. You have in your packet the resolution which would authorize the application. There is also an application summary. There is a certifications page which basically spells out what rights and protections that the town would have on this, as well as the disclosure report, and the legally binding commitment spells out some of the legal requirements of the grant as far as how it's administered and processed. In this case, the administration is being handled through a third party that is working with the town and with Chatham EDC. David Hardigan assembled the grant. He will also be doing the follow-up with assistance from EDC and with the town in terms of verification of employment figures and things of that nature. So with that, I guess I'll open up for any questions, or if Ms. Bird wants to make any comments or questions.
Madam Mayor, the clerk advises me that you all did not vote on going into public hearings.
Sorry. Is there a motion to go into public hearings?
Second.
Moved by Michael Sampson, seconded by Beth Olson Golden. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed. Listen, you didn't sign up, but we'd be more than glad to hear from you with respect to this application.
Yeah, I thank you for the opportunity to speak, but I think we covered this in the last public hearing we held for this. I just wanted to have a point of clarification. The jobs were 60 jobs and not 19, so that may have just been a typo on the paperwork Brian was reading. That's all I got for you. Oh, 60%. Okay, I just couldn't hear over the speaker. Yeah, that's 60%. Okay.
12 of
Okay.
Did you have questions that either of us could answer, or is there anyone else in the audience that failed to sign up for this that wishes to speak about this block grant application?
No, well, I was talking with Brian earlier, trying to get clarification on one thing, in that in one section it talks about EG's failures to perform having to repay the grant money to the Department of Commerce. And then in another section it says they have to make that payment to the applicant being the town. So I think we were going to clean that up. I think it's coming back to the applicant, which then makes me ask the questions about how the money flows. The Department of Commerce would grant $300,000 to the town, and the town would, at what point during the project would the town provide those funds to E.G. Gallero?
So it's my understanding that that's up to you, whether you have an agreement with the company to disperse as they create jobs, up front all at once, at the end, after they meet their threshold, but that's a contract that you can create with the company on their performance. That's how this, in the past, we've done the building reuse. It's entirely up to the granting body authority, which would be you.
To this point, Mr. Hardigan explained to me that it would be, he would receive the information from the company. He would then submit the information verifying that they had spent the money that was eligible to be spent under the grant. He would forward that information to the town. The town would then choose to make the reimbursement, so to speak, to the company after that. Ms. Bird is correct. It can be memorialized. Probably would be a bad idea to memorialize that process in
Yeah, I think so. Everyone's expectations.
Yeah, we had this question come up with one we did in Siler City, and it was just a matter of adjusting based on a percentage of the grant, because the grant is based on the number of jobs, and so in this case with 60 jobs, $5,000 per job, so just adjusting as necessary if needed. Luckily, the 60 jobs was a very conservative estimate from E.G. Gallero, so we're confident that, and they're confident they will actually grow more than that.
Moved by Michael. This is a public hearing. We will, however, revisit this as old business item 1. So we'll take that motion at that time.
Thank you.
We will send the second matter going before public hearing tonight is the rezoning request for 196 Hillsborough Street. Victoria Bailiff will give us an overview, and then we have 2 speakers signed up to speak.
Sorry. I have to leave you to it.
Oh, okay.
Alrighty. This is rezoning 2018-03. Dan Deacon is proposing to rezone a portion of parcel 7817 from R12 medium density residential to O&I-CZ office and institutional conditional zoning district. Conditional zoning districts are intended to allow for the development of property in accordance with the general use zoning district standards and additional conditions that enable the use and development to fit better with the site and neighboring properties. This is going to be similar to our 196 Chatham Business Drive rezoning. Located at 196 Hillsborough Street, the portion of this parcel to be rezoned totals approximately half an acre in size and has been zoned R12 since the late 1980s. The future land use plan has this property designated for traditional neighborhood. The surrounding properties are zoned R12 to the north and west, O&I to the south, and C2 to the east. The applicant is proposing to keep the existing structure and make an addition to the rear. The existing structure is over 100 years old, so should the restoration become too difficult, the applicant is proposing to rebuild, matching the elevations provided. Access to parking in the rear will be provided through an access easement on an adjoining property leading out to Thompson Street. Through this rezoning, the applicant is also proposing to limit the permitted uses on this property to the following 10 uses: bed and breakfast, single-family residence, travel broker, insurance, loan and employment agencies, financial institutions, beauty shops and barber shops, medical, dental, paramedical, and chiropractic offices, general office, professional or nonprofit offices, service establishments, and antique and gift retail stores. The recommendation is to hold a public hearing.
Thank you. Thank you, Victoria. The 2 people we have signed up to speak are Walter Harris. Walter Harris, if you come to the podium. Thank you.
My name is Walter Harris. I live at 281 Hillsborough Street. A little bit of my history: I served on the planning board for 8 years. A portion of that time I served as chairman of the planning board for Pittsboro. I also have served as town manager for the town of Pittsboro, and the last job I had, I was a zoning compliance supervisor for the town of Cary for 4 years. I say that because one of the jobs that we did whenever I was on the planning board here was to establish the zones for Pittsboro. Of course, working in Cary as zoning compliance supervisor, that was a job that we, and you notice it was not zoning enforcement, it was zoning compliance. And that's what I would take the opinion that we should look at compliance. I'm concerned about changing the zoning that we have, especially in this particular area. When the area was set up for office and institutional, it was done so with the idea that it would protect residences from commercial development. Where Elizabeth's Pizza is now was an Exxon station. We were concerned about that. We were concerned about that property possibly changing to a fast food restaurant. McDonald's certainly was the name that kept popping up. And so what was done was to look not only at that area, but throughout the town to protect the residences. We also looked at the historic district. My house, while not historic as maybe the old man's, was built in 1924. And
that's pretty much the age of the houses. Now, the house that we're looking at in particular is older. It is a historic home. I happen to have had conversations with some of the people who may be doing, the contractor who may be doing the repairs to the house. And he has told me that the house is structurally very sound, that maybe there's a couple of joists in the house that would have to be replaced. So I think highest and best use, I was surprised to see the listing, the highest and best use would be residence, and it's not listed under O&I as first. One of the concerns that we also had in terms of businesses is the amount of traffic that they bring. The allowed uses for O&I were looked at very carefully so that they would not impact on the neighborhood. For example, a photographer could have their studio there because you wouldn't have lots of people coming throughout the day. They would be scheduled. If you look at something like a financial institution, a bank, that goes in the other direction. You're going to have people coming and going all the time. So I understand that the house was purchased with the possibility that it could be the zoning could be changed. I would urge you not to change it. I'm concerned about commercial creep or zoning creep, that if this property is changed to O&I, then another property that's adjacent to it, which I think maybe someone should be looking at in terms of zoning, would also probably apply. And where is that going to stop? That's certainly going to impact the neighborhood. And you have seen people who've moved in and have taken the older homes that are there and repaired and spent a good deal of their money making it the highest and best use as a residence. So I would encourage you not to let this project move forward, even as a conditional use. I think we need to maintain the integrity of the zoning ordinances that you have in place. If you have any questions of me, I know you're not supposed to, but I'd be glad to answer them anytime.
Thank you, Walter Harris.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Steve Cockman.
My name's Steve Cockman. My wife and I live at 217 Hillsborough Street, directly across from this property. I would like to say that I had an opportunity to go to the neighborhood meeting that Dan held, and I'm certainly impressed with the fact that he is looking at saving the old house. I think living in a very similar 100-year-old house, I obviously have an affinity for old houses, so I applaud his efforts there. As I look at the future land use plan, where it calls for this to stay residential, that concerns me, just as Mr. Harris has alluded to. The conditional zoning that has been placed on this, where it seems somewhat restrictive when you look at the uses, there's a lot of uses here that in my view would not fit well with the neighborhood. So where I would like to see the house certainly saved, and I think having some of these uses may be appropriate, but the list as it stands now, some 10 uses, I think are not restrictive enough. They're general in nature, things such as general offices. Pretty, in my view, leaves that open to interpretation. Professional offices, that also could be a very broad thing that could go in there. And when it talks about services not otherwise listed, I just again feel like there's not been a condition placed on this enough that would keep it with the neighborhood. The traffic that Mr. Harris also alluded to would concern me. I think it's a good idea to have a one-way entrance where the exit would be coming out the back of the property. But Hillsborough Street is, as we all know, a very busy street at times. And I think some of these uses could lead to on-street parking, which could certainly be a safety hazard when people are trying to cross the street, get to a business because of limited parking that might be there. So I would ask you to look at this closely again, look at the conditional uses that have been placed on this, and work with the applicant to be more specific about what could go in that and be appropriate for the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve Cartman. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak to this? Liz Kellington?
Hi, Liz Collington, 390 Rocky Hills Road. I'm sorry I didn't sign up. I just would like to remind the board that a request for O&I was made several years ago for this property, and it was turned down by the planning board on, I don't think it was asked to be conditional zoning, just a straight conversion to O&I. And the argument was made by a now former member of the planning board about maintaining the, traditional neighborhood zoning, blah, blah, blah. My concern is that, I'd like to support some of the recommendations that were made about the uses, restricting the uses, the back entrance, and conditional zoning would be great. But I guess these remarks are both for the board and the planning board, that we're going to lose this house if this does not go through, I fear. Because I don't know that anybody would be willing another, I don't know how much, it seems that a certain amount of effort has been put in by the potential or the actual applicant, but I don't know that another person would be willing to take this on unless they want a residence in that very busy area and put all that money into it. So anyway, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mark Ashley?
Good evening, board members and staff. Mark Ashness with the C Group. Dan Deacon is also here, who's the applicant for the project. As you're aware, Dan has done other development projects and maintained and owned those projects here in the town. We're certainly willing to look at the specificity of the conditional uses as we go through the planning board and eventually come back to you. But there was a lot of care taken in the sense that we wanted to maintain the residential vernacular. We wanted to pull the traffic off of Hillsborough Street, as was previously mentioned, and bring that in through the existing parking field that Dan owns off of Thompson Street. So it's the advantage of doing something like this, we feel makes a nice transition from the O&I to the south and the other commercial activities into the residential as we move north. The current zoning, would allow for him to take the home down and put townhomes there or something like that, purely residential. This particular conditional zoning also includes single-family residential as a use as well. I just wanted to clarify that. So we look forward to having further discussion with the planning board, and maybe we'll sharpen up some of the conditional uses during that process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark Ashley. Any other speakers? In that case, we'll move to the next public hearing, which is a rezoning request for 2537 U.S. 64 Business West. Victoria Bailiff.
Thank you. This is rezoning 2019-03. The applicants are proposing to rezone parcel 6215 from RA2, residential agriculture, minimum 2 acres, to RA, residential agriculture. This parcel is located at 2537 U.S. 64 Business West and totals approximately 45.9 acres. It has been zoned RA2 since the late 1980s. The future land use plan has this property designated for low-density residential neighborhood. The surrounding properties are zoned RA2, and staff recommends holding the public hearing.
There is no one signed up for this public hearing. Is there anyone who failed to sign up that would like to speak at this time?
Good evening again, board and staff. Mark Ashness. John and Denise Mita-Rotondo are here also tonight. They purchased the property several years ago. We actually did a quick little due diligence study for them. As Victoria's mentioned, the area there is calling for a low-density residential. We believe that the R1 zoning allows us to meet that standard with a shoulder and ditch section type of road ultimately, and lots that would range more typically above the RA2 allowance, but we may have a few lots just depending on the soils that might be in the RA criteria. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have our final public hearing, which is on the annual budget. Brian Grusebeck will lead us in that discussion.
Thanks again, Madam Mayor. Tonight is the required public hearing for the fiscal year 2019-2020 annual operating budget. You'll recall this document being distributed to you back on May 13th, and it's been publicly available in the lobby and on our website since then. I would not planning on going into fine detail on it this evening. I'd like to do that and engage in a discussion with you on it at the next meeting in June. But again, you have the information that I submitted to you. Certainly, if you have any additional questions or anything we want to get started on, I can certainly do my best with it. Essentially, what we're looking at with this budget is an increase to the general fund by approximately 5%. We're up to about $5 million, a little over $5 million now. It is not currently contemplating an ad valorem property tax increase, although we do contemplate increases to 2.5% increases to the water and sewer fund to help keep costs of testing for unregulated materials and increase cost of materials due to inflation. We haven't had increases in either ad valorem or water and sewer since 2014. I think the inflation index is starting to catch up to us a little bit, notwithstanding any of the need for staffing and things that this budget also contemplates. So again, this is the required public hearing. You certainly are able to do more if you like, but by statute, we are required to open up for any public comment, and then certainly you have as many discussions as you'd like between now and July 1st when it is ultimately required to have passage. So that certainly invite any comments you have on this.
And there is no one signed up for this particular item to speak. Is there anyone who wishes to do so that did not sign up? Thank you. What's the pleasure of the board? Kevin Meacham, obviously our finance director, has worked closely with Brian Grusebeck to develop this budget, and she is out of town. And so we're requesting if we have in-depth questions to wait until the next meeting. All right. So that would conclude our 4 public hearings. Is there a motion to go out of public hearings? Moved by Bette Wilson Foley, seconded by Michael Fiocco. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Our next agenda item is citizens matters. We have 4 people signed up to speak? Good. And several of those people wish to speak on a matter which is on the agenda this evening. The board has in the past felt that they wanted to hear from the public on any matter. Is that still the feeling of the board? All right, and the first speaker is Elaine Chiazza. There will be a 3-minute time limitation.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm Elaine Chiazza, Director of the Haw River Assembly. And before I get to trees, which is what I want to talk to you about, I just wanted to say that the Haw River Assembly strongly supports the resolution on your agenda for the elimination of glyphosate-based herbicides in Pittsburgh. Very forward-looking. It'd be very exciting to have Pittsburgh join other cities that have started to do this. It's a tremendous health hazard that we're becoming more and more aware of, as well as to the environment. So I'm here to speak about the tree protection element. We do not think it is sufficient to provide adequate tree coverage with the revisions that have just been made. And our suggestion would be that you eliminate the tree coverage planning area. You know, the only reason for a tree coverage planning area is, of course, to be able to combine areas and then have, you can pull trees off of one area, more in one place, instead of sticking to the percentages for tree coverage that you all worked on for quite a long time. And we think those are important, those percentages for each kind of development. And we especially fear that the densest areas, perhaps the more affordable housing, where it might be more difficult to save the existing trees, that will be tempting to not have the tree coverage in those areas. And so that's a very great concern. We think everybody deserves to have trees. And with climate change, it's just going to become more and more important that those trees are there, and we don't want to have to see people trying to plant them in 20 years instead of them either being saved or they're there now. Secondly, still, the 750 square feet per canopy tree is just too big an area for one tree. Trees grow in communities. That's what nature does. And we saw lots of other cities, the information that they require less, 200, 300 square feet. Having these trees sort of planted as landscape elements instead of trees that truly are living with each other in a more forested way is really what we want to see. Not just these sort of beautiful landscape element. Trees are communities. They've survived longer than almost anything on Earth because of their successful strategies of how they communicate with each other and nurture each other. And I think we want to see these trees planted more closely together. And I was very disappointed to see that your request that the understory trees be changed from 2,000 square feet to 1,000 square feet was not in the new revision. And even though those trees maybe don't play the role of a canopy tree, I agreed with Chatham Park that it would be nice to introduce them to areas where there's newly planted trees.
I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much.
J.C. Garbutt.
Hello. My name is J.C. Garbutt. I'm from Bookberry Lane in Pittsburgh, and I'm here to talk about trees as well. So first thing I wanted to do is thank the board for taking the time to really carefully deliberate on the nature of tree protection in Chatham Park. I mean, this is a very, very important decision that's going to impact our community for many, many years. And we as citizens are really counting on you as the board to be wise and to represent our interests. So thank you. But I wanted to talk specifically more about some broader issues related to the tree protection element in Chatham Park. So with Chatham Park, we're talking about 7,000 to 8,000 acres of land. And on this land contains some of the really most significant natural heritage sites that we have remaining in Chatham County. And these really are what I would call really precious ecological jewels. And they can't be replaced by planting trees, by houses and buildings. It just doesn't work that way. Nature doesn't work that way. So this is a really key thing for us to be aware of. So we have very few opportunities, I think, left to us to protect such areas as this. And this is such an opportunity. So accordingly, I would urge the board to be bold and be wise and really require protection of significant areas of intact and sustainable ecosystems that include trees. That's how we protect nature. And such action, I think, will long be remembered as a defining moment when our town stood up for a healthy balance between nature and development. And in doing so, enhanced the well-being of all of our citizens for generations to come. So I urge you to be bold. Thank you.
Thank you. Debbie Tunnell, Chanel.
So thank you, Mayor and Commissioners, for allowing us to speak this evening. And to the staff, thank you for all the hard work you're doing for the town of Pittsboro. My name is Debbie Tunnell, and I'm at 282 Moore Mountain Road in Pittsboro. My husband and I have lived here since the 1980s, and we've worked here, we've lived here, and we've played here. And for 18 of those years, I worked within Pittsboro and also within the ETJ, specifically for the Carolina Living and Learning Center. And I've never left the county for any of my employment since I moved here. I shop local, I volunteer local, I love our neighbors, the people, the animals, the birds, the plants, right down to the small box turtles and the Cape Fear shiners. We're all connected, and our distant neighbors include those outside of the town limits, and there's always someone downstream. When elected, you each received roughly from 400 to 530 votes from those who were able to vote for you. Recently, over 1,600 have sent their names, emails, and shared a pot of coffee and concerns to help you ensure Chatham Park complements this community and is a good neighbor. Even Tom D'Alessandro says he values sacred places, so we grab tight to the hope that exceptional site plans will come. Commissioners and staff, when you speak in these meetings and non-public meetings, you're speaking for the citizens and your ETJ neighbors. Let's make sure when folks say, welcome to Pittsboro, it's with joy and hospitality, not with disdain and not with sarcasm. Thank you for your volunteer service that you do, because you do this as not a motive of monetary reward. You are looking out for the good of us all, both here now and those who are to come. And I have a small token of gratitude and appreciation for all the work that you do and the staff. I'd like to hand that to you in a moment. But I also want to remind you that your words and your votes are to be strong, spry, and life-saving, and align with those people who put you in office. Thank you. So I have little mints to help you be remembered to be strong and spry and life-giving and life-saving.
Thank you. And the next speaker is David Del Vecchio.
Thanks for the opportunity. Debbie, thanks for your words. I wanted to just echo them in terms of my appreciation for all of you and all the hard work y'all do and support you get from the rest of the staff. I first wanted to speak about a really remarkable advertisement in the paper that I saw, a local paper, about a solar-powered community. And I was like, I know a little bit about solar, having been in the industry about 20 years. And what strikes me about the ad is it makes it seem that Chatham Park is a solar-powered thing in this, green, that's their kind of take, their run, that's the look. It's a look. Just for a reality check without the farm, it's probably 50 acres. They rent the farm. They collect probably 30 grand a year for that piece of property. And this is sort of common knowledge in the industry. This isn't proprietary or anything. And they don't maintain it. They don't do anything. The whole thing is owned by a bank, and they just collect a rental fee for the land. And then after 10, 15, or 20 years, they can get the land back and do whatever they want. That energy is sold to Duke Power at a profit for the bank that owns the farm. And that's basically that's the way the model is a lot of in North Carolina with big solar utility scale stuff. And I was thinking about it, and I thought, well, there's a big farm that I helped build actually on White Cross, and I believe that's owned by the same gentleman that owns Cliff's Meat Market in Carborough. And I thought, well, that would be kind of odd and weird, since Cliff doesn't own the green electrons that are made there, for him to say, advertise about how green and solar powered his butchery is, because it's not. He's just renting his land and making some money. I've got no issue with that. And so I just want to point out clarity, reality in the face of advertising. So the reason I say all that is because this green development that's happening is just, I just want to bring back the fact that it's just a look and a mask and not at the base of it. If you look in the master plan, which is a huge document, the word greenway is in there 65 times. It's like a 100 or so page document. If you look at a map of Chatham Park or other visionary looks, there's green space in there, for sure. Green line here and there. But the other thing I want to talk about as far as these little green lines that are on there are the green lines around the creeks that are there. The riparian buffers that are on the property. It's a sweet property, we all know that. Beautiful, a lot of creeks. They need protection. There's a 50-foot buffer on each side.
I'm sorry, David, your time is up.
Sorry. Yeah, I was going to address the tree plan, and that buffer shouldn't be part of their open space. Thank you. Sorry for running over.
Thank you. Our next agenda item is Commissioner and Manager update. Brian Grisbeck has placed that on desk. An update from him, and this is also a time in which the board members can share meetings that they have been to and other events that continue their service with him. So, Brian?
Thanks again, Madam Mayor, and I'll be brief. It looks like the document that you have is copied one-sided, so I can redistribute that later, and it will be on the website in electronic format, complete form. But essentially, just a couple of quick things. Town Hall, we do have, as I indicated in the previous meeting, the schematic design from Tom's Architects completed for the Town Hall. We probably should, sometime when our calendars clear up a little bit, schedule some time to do any final schematic design, consider anything else we want to do in terms of design on the new Town Hall project, and then also to consider some financials associated with the project. So I think more work to come on that. In terms of UDO, speaking with Town Planner Jeff Jones, there's no workshop scheduled coming up for UDO, as I think he discussed previously. Staff is going to be working on a new draft this summer, and following that new draft would be a workshop for UDO. I don't know, Jeff, if you have anything else you want to add to that. So that is moving along. Related to planning, the bike and pedestrian plan continues to move forward. There is coming up on June 17th. Some of you may have received an email on it regarding a walkability assessment. That would be convening at 4 p.m. And then there would be, so it involved teams of elected officials, planning staff, community stakeholders to walk short routes around town. I believe they're looking at trying to assess the walkability of the town for purpose of the document. County, I believe, County Health is looking at some of that information and is also interested in what comes out of that piece as well. So good things happening there. Wanted to make a couple of notes, a couple more comments off of my notes. I had a meeting with Triangle J Council of Government staff today, a brief meeting. They spoke highly of our Mayor Pro Tem and some of her involvement in advocacy for the organization and work she's done and put into it. In addition to that, they are planning on holding a stormwater seminar workshop here in Pittsboro on June 18th at 8:30 a.m. in the Chat Park offices. So thank you to them for their hospitality on that. Apparently that's going to gather quite a few people from the area. It'll be one of 2 workshops that they're planning on holding in their region. And so we'll look forward to helping coordinate with that in any way possible. Also, too, COG is planning on hosting a regional summit in October, on October 10th, and there'll be an opportunity for us to help with that as well. I'm told that some of the subject matter involved with that particular summit would involve information on area efforts, initiatives, regional efforts and initiatives towards affordable housing, water infrastructure, economic mobility, and transportation. And so the town, I think, might be an opportunity for the town to help in terms of presentation on that subject matter, possibly even with affordable housing. If not any of those other things, we check all of those boxes in one way or another. So I'll be probably bugging you a little bit about that as well. So again, good conversation with those folks, and look forward to continuing our work with COG. With that, I would open it up for any comments, questions, concerns that you have. Move forward.
Thank you. Any questions for Brian? Any other discussion of the meetings and things that we've attended during the period since our last meeting?
Sure. Well, my private schedule got better with me. Recently, I did not attend the most recent EDC or PBA meetings, so I'm not going to report on those. But Main Street had a wonderfully successful event this past 2 Sundays ago. Local on Main was pulled up. Great success, probably better than I think anyone anticipated. I think staff did a great hand of applause. Everyone that I encountered from staff was exceptionally professional, exceptionally cordial, in good spirit, and just made for a lot of fun. So thanks, Brian. Thanks, Percy. And John, I know is not here, but his crew did a great job. So everybody was ecstatic about it. And happy to also mention that we have, I think, some pretty spectacular handrails. Very artistic. It was a pleasure to be a part of that. So proud to have those downtown. Please enjoy.
Any other reports from other commissioners?
I just want to back up what Michael was saying about the Main Street event. I actually was felt like this high from it for days because it was just such a wonderful community event. Like all the waste volunteers. I did the table flowers with Julie Kennedy, and so many people brought flowers from their gardens, which we used from vases and things that we bought from the Habitat store and the PTA and thrift shop store, and it turned out beautiful. And it was just really made me happy to be a part of this community, to see the way people came together, and also the people that bought tickets. I think that a lot of people that bought tickets were doing it to support our downtown, and it's really a good our council meeting right now, so I know I have a report from that.
All right. Anything further? That would then take us to old business. We said that we were going to bring forward the consent item number 2.
Yes, thank you. The matter of the open space element and scheduling public hearing for that is a small matter. but I think it's worth noting that well, this seems to be a change of process. And the question is for Mr. Jones. I think that amendments to the master plan require different type of advertising, longer periods of notification.
I advertise as we normally would. For any amendment.
Isn't a change to the, Mr. Messick, isn't a change to the master plan, doesn't it have unique advance notice requirements?
No, sir.
Okay. And
This is going to be advertised for 2 weeks prior to the public hearing. This is standard zoning notice.
And do such matters, I think in the past, they have not gone to the planning board before the public hearing. Is that right? Sure. Okay. So I think that this is a substantial matter, and I just wanted to take a moment to pause and think about this. Do other commissioners have thoughts on this?
Well, I'm interested to know, were the changes made the state of North Carolina, or were these made by Chatham Park, or some combination?
The proposed amendment was reflected in the settlement agreement that you all adopted at the last meeting. This is the text that was attached to that agreement, and it's being proposed as a kind of formal amendment to the open space element.
I go back to my question, is everything in here related to that specifically, or are there other things that Chatham Park is?
To my knowledge, everything that's in the application for the open space element amendment was in the settlement agreement. They're not asking for any other changes.
Okay, just want to clarify that.
It may be confusing because it appears that there's a red line and a black line version, but it's the same document.
Well, it's my understanding that the limitation of uses in the town's riparian buffer ordinance would apply to the additional buffers as well.
So what did you say?
I understood that this board had requested that the limitation of uses in the town's riparian buffer ordinance would apply to these additional buffers. And so the table of restricted uses, I think, needs to reflect that. And
No, I don't think that's what we've had in the element at all. And the reason I think that is the buffers are, the mandatory state-imposed buffers are 50 feet, and they're composed of a zone 1 and a zone 2. We can do certain things in zone 1, and we do certain things in zone 2. And what their proposal has always been is that they would have a zone 3, and there would be some mixture of zone 1 and zone 2 prohibitions, but it would not be in accordance with either zone 1 or 2 because they're both distinct for their zone. That's the way it's been.
The existing element has basically 2 tables of uses. One, which is taken from the town's riparian buffer ordinance for the zone 1 and zone 2, like Mr. Fiocco was talking about. The existing element has a separate table of uses for the 3rd zone. This proposal is to change that table of uses for that additional buffer area. There already is a table of uses in the element for the additional buffer area. This just proposes to change that.
okay, so I think it would be good to have those at least as restrictive to provide the protections that we are hoping for in affecting the water protections that we're hoping for.
How would one characterize the protections in Zone 3? Are they more protective or less protective, or how would you characterize them?
They're different. And Elizabeth is not here tonight, I guess, but she's the one who has had more time involved in the review of this. And again, the riparian buffer ordinance has 3 different categories of uses that can be exempt, allowable, or allowable with mitigation. For a number of reasons that she expressed at the last meeting, this proposal has exempt and allowable. And so, for the most part, the uses are the same as are in the existing ordinance. The red lines show deletions from that, and the blue lines are additions to it. I cannot characterize it as more or less restrictive. It's different, and it depends on your perspective.
And will she be explaining that during the public hearing?
For the applicant.
Or the applicant can? And that would be Chad Park?
I'll save further questions for that time. I appreciate this time, fellow commissioners. I just didn't want this to be thought of as some kind of pro forma rubber stamp we needed to pause on it. So I'm looking forward to pausing during that public hearing.
Well, and let's just call to the attention of the public as well as to ourselves that this is going to be a matter that will be heard on June 10th and then again by the planning board on June 3rd, which is the reverse of what ordinarily happens. So sometimes commissioners and myself go to planning board meetings, and this might be one of those occasions on which we might wish to do that. So is there a motion to set this public hearing for June the 10th and to send the matter to the planning board for their recommendation on June 3rd?
So moved.
Moved by John Bonus, seconded by Michael Fielder. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Our next item under old business is a continuation of discussion of E.G. Solero, and this would be for a resolution to approve the matter that we heard in public hearing a few minutes ago. And Michael Fielder moved to approve. Is there a second? Second. Seconded by Pamela Baldwin. There's further discussion.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just wanted to, I was just trying to get your attention.
I'm sorry.
If I can make one comment. I can't remember whether it was Commissioner Fielder or somebody else that raised the issue of the legally binding commitment. And there's some language, just one word that I would request that the board consider changing, and that shows up in paragraph 1A on the second page in the middle of the paragraph, where it reads that if the company fails to create or maintain the 19 new jobs prior to the job creation end date that are verified by DOC, which is the state's Department of Commerce, it will reimburse Department of Commerce or DOC $15,789.47 for each job not created and verified. And that's kind of counter to what it says in paragraph 2A. Down at the bottom of the page, it says the corporation paid the applicant, which is Howard. So I'd request that the board consider changing reimburse DOC in paragraph 1A to reimburse the applicant. Does that make sense?
Yep. I'll amend the motion to include that correction.
And Pamela Baldwin, you seconded that motion. Is that in compliance with you? Yes. Okay, very good. Is there further discussion? Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Thank you. Chatham Park planning matter as to tree protection is next on our agenda. And Jeff Jones will be introducing the matter.
Tree protection element is back before you tonight. The latest draft has been sent to you in your packet, and at the time of the writing of this memo, the comments had been received either at a town board meeting or via submission from either you all or others, including staff, and Chatham Park had addressed those comments. Since then, there have been additional comments that came out on Thursday of last week from Commissioner Bonnets, and I believe that Chatham Park responded to those comments over the weekend, and you all could respond or talk to Chatham Park, discuss those with Chatham Park during this time. As staff stated in the memo, we are to a point where Chatham Park has addressed the comments. They may not be addressed to everyone's satisfaction, but they have either addressed them or not, and you will need to discuss those. And we're here ready to move forward with the so answer any questions, or Chatham Park can answer any questions that you all may have.
Questions by the board? I'll start by saying that albeit late, I sent an email this afternoon that continued to express some degree of concern about this element with respect to not sufficiently favoring, in my estimation, existing trees. And there more are overarching policy matters that I think I addressed. I didn't address so much book and page, although I certainly have those notes. But so the existing trees, to me, should be sharply differentiated from new trees in so much as the replacement, the number of feet, for example, in the clustering division in Section 7. I feel like that we need to show more clear and specific preference to keeping the existing trees that we can. I also commented in that section in my email this afternoon that I felt that the TCPA was still, although we had a change in the definition and some tweaking in that area, I still feel that the TCPA is not specific enough to the small planning areas that we have always been very accustomed to looking at. When the development first came to us, there were sections that were going to be the site plans for the development, and they were in fairly small chunks. And now we seem to be examining a larger area, and the site plans for those areas and the visions for those areas seem to be much larger in nature. And I feel that if we have a TCPA, which encompasses hundreds of acres, I know that from a mathematical standpoint, you still have to have the same percentage, and you need to have the same coverage, and you need to have the same aspects. But what it does allow is it could separate tree coverage from a particular area that really does need tree protection. And that area, especially keying into its use and keying into the keying into the idea that this is where we need trees. I would like to suggest that we go and look at the areas so that we can comprehensively feel that there are protections in all areas. I also feel that that when it comes to buffers and riparian buffers and the kinds of things where there is already a mandate by the state government that we have particular buffers, trees, vegetation, etc. I feel that having those trees count both as required buffer and as tree coverage area is, I think we've discussed this in prior times, as double dipping, and I still feel that way. I feel like we have not really gotten past that argument. Additionally, in single-family areas, I understand the mandate that tree coverage in small lot residential areas, especially those that are 10,000 square feet or less, which most of them will be, is not being mandated because obviously when you're putting a house on a very small lot, you don't have room to do to save existing trees. But what I couldn't help but feel that it would be important to either require the developer or the ultimate owner of the property to safeguard the beauty of the community by adding trees. Especially the developer could, after the CO is granted and the house is ready to go into the market, those kinds of things could be added, should be added by the developer, and if not by him, then or her by the ultimate owner of the property. Those were just some of the concerns I expressed in an email this afternoon, and so I'll just put those forward as concerns that I still carry. John, do you feel that you received answers to your questions for the most part?
It was informative, yes, and thank you, Chuck, for that very fast response. I do appreciate that. And it helped me understand two things. So thank you very much, Mayor, for sharing your last-minute concerns. I agree with them completely. And I found it really remarkable how well you were able to put in very few words some of these swirling, confusing concerns that I've carried for so long. And I'll just echo one in particular, the continuing concern that the larger the TCPA, the more the trees can be concentrated in one area instead of spreading them out throughout all of the area. And I agree very much with that. The way that Mr. Smith's feedback helped me the most was in kind of putting to rest some of my concerns about, I'm not really quite sure how to describe it, but a temporary consideration, a concern that tree cover area might exist only temporarily. And yeah, so anyway, my concern is now about spatial allocation of tree coverage area and how large these TCPAs might be is completely undefined. There's no definition whatsoever, no limitation whatsoever on the size of a TCPA. So that's a problem. That's just simply a problem. It allows an extraordinary amount of flexibility that I think that we can grapple with. We can think about this and we can address it. I have some other detailed concerns. I especially appreciated, Mayor, your calling out that we ought to have a clear preference for clusters of trees being larger and not merely a preference for some amount of existing trees, but that the larger the clusters, the greater their potential for survival, the greater their benefit as ecosystem, greater benefit to the services that trees provide, which is stormwater resilience, rain catchment, shade, windbreak, cooling effects. Trees can actually reduce pollution. Larger areas of trees can. And to go to your point about trees, a majority of TCNA being in buffers, I think what that ends up with, let's talk about what those kinds of forests are. Those kinds of forests that are near creeks are lowland forests, and they are special, and they are worth preserving. We know they're to be preserved under state law and federal law. I don't think, as a point of principle, we should give all the credit to something that's already required under law. The other point about that is how, the types of trees ecologically. They are, again, they're low-lying trees, they're bottomland trees, they're bottomland forests. And we have a document, the name of which escapes me, the Conservation Committee pulled together, that highlighted and emphasized the significant natural areas Mr. Garba referred to earlier. Those significant natural areas are not just in the low-lying areas. They're not just in the buffers. There are upland forests that are worth preserving. There's forests on the mid-slopes. And I would very much like to see more of those preserved, protected, and I don't see how this document does that. I do think that if we tightened up somehow the definition of the TCPA so that a TCPA couldn't be an excessively large size, then we would get more upland forests preserved. We would get more of these significant defined, identified significant natural areas preserved. And I think those are the ones that are really valuable also because fewer people, I don't know, I don't take very good walks down in the bottomlands, but I enjoy going to the higher points of our family land in Silk Oak. Anyway, so that's a lot of different thoughts to throw out, but I'd love to hear others' concerns.
I just want to add something to that. I mean, there's parts of the TCPA that I think if it's defined differently could work. I personally am not opposed to the idea of combining some of the protected land as long as it's part of the land that's been identified as significant natural areas. If there's no mention of that, there's nothing that says what land has to be set aside. They could just pick the areas that are not developable, that's not buildable. Yeah. But if the language was changed to say that it would be area part of, I know that the committee prioritized there's maps that show the priorities. And if I could see that if land within, say, the top 3, maybe even top 5, that's open for negotiation, but as long as the land that was compiled within a designated, protected, significant natural area, I think that, although I understand that everyone having access to trees, but I also want to make sure that we have some large tracts of natural area protected. And that's very important to me to feel that we don't just have trees here and there, that we actually have some real forest left. So to me, if it included some language that in certain areas where there's significant portion of parcel of land that could be combined, then I would be in favor of that part. So the Chatham Conservation Committee, the ones that got the grant, they spent a lot of time creating these maps that identify some of the most significant natural areas, not just in Chatham Park, but in all of Pittsburgh and the ETJ. And they prioritized it based on the significance. But there's one, two, and it might even go down to 10. I don't remember now, but I would like to see large tracts of that land that's been identified as significant. I'd like to see large chunks of that set aside. And to me, the problem with TCPA is it doesn't give any guidelines about how the land is selected to protect.
You would like to see those significant natural areas within, are you saying you want those within the TCPA? Is that what you're saying?
I understand, but when you're choosing tracts of land for the TCPA, I would be more in agreement. I have concerns about TCPA, but I would feel better about it if that piece was included, that if you were to combine different areas of TCPA, as long as it was part of the significant natural areas, that I would be okay with that. I think there needs to be language that says it can't just be any land, it has to be land that's significant. I have other issues too. Is this a good time, or are we going to issue?
Well, let's organize our thoughts. Do you want to?
I'm just saying, if we do a substitute definition of the TCPA, perhaps there can be some language that allows combining of tracts as long as it's within top 3 areas within this.
Seems like the more we talk about the TCPA, the more confused I get.
It's confusing. A lot of people are confused about it.
But it seemed like last meeting when we met, the TCPA involved more cluster of trees. Is that correct?
Could be, but because there's nothing that
Yes.
says they have to.
That's essentially part of the result, or the idea, right, is that you get to use the TCPA for 3 items. It's either a shopping center, it's a residential subdivision, or it's the village center. That's it. Otherwise, every project that comes along has to have TCA on the property also. Whereas the TCPA allows it to be in larger blocks, larger areas, outside of the development footprint.
It doesn't give any guidelines on how that is.
No, it does not. Other than it,
That would be a good idea.
it does talk about wetlands. It does talk about stream buffers. So in that regard, it does identify those natural features as.
Again, that's just rivers, but those are the things issued, and I have an issue with that as well. So some of the significant areas are not stream buffers, and they're not. I think that needs to be in the language. We need to have some mechanism for choosing, for having a voice for how the land that they put together is chosen. It could be like a power line. There's nothing that says how it will be chosen.
Typically, the power lines are going to be clear.
Can you speak up?
Typically, the power lines are clear and maintained by the authorities, so do not typically.
I'm just throwing that out.
Well, but so those areas would not technically count.
I agree, but
Okay.
it could be some places they just, for some reason, do not develop them. I would like for there to be language that determines how the land is selected when they combine multiple.
Well, we got together last time. We put together our final, what I thought were our final thoughts. Put them out there. They've addressed them. I think they've addressed them.
I feel like there's a lot of things I've been talking about, a lot of these meetings that still aren't in here.
Yeah.
I'm frustrated.
The old language had 1,000 feet, and it was changed to 2,000 square feet of TCA for every understory tree. Section 6. Yeah.
I think
Maybe that was just an oversight.
Well, I think that was the one item that I noted was not addressed, was not agreed to in the document. I'll make a motion to approve the document with the change from 2,000 square feet to 1,000 square feet on the story trees.
I think there's a lot more discussion.
Yeah, I've got a lot more to discuss.
Well, you've heard the motion. Is there a second to the motion? In that case, then, there being no second, we'll go back to discussion of the concerns in some order that, let's see, shall we start with 1,000, 2,000 concern, or actually, that would be a very simple.
Go back to what we were saying about CCPA. We discussed this, but then nothing was really solidified with the board about that. I'd like to know how you feel about that, Councilman Jay, about having, first of all, express your concerns about CCPA and the definition. You talked about making a change to the definition. We have something that you would like to change.
I do.
Let's address that. Let's get that one.
Yes. So, but to Commissioner Fioco's point that a lot of issues were already aired, and I understand you thought those were final. I did not think those were final concerns because I remember saying very emphatically that the TCPA definition was confusing, remains confusing to me, and this is an alternative definition of TCPA that I'd like to offer. I've heard from an independent attorney who also found this language very confusing. It is complicated. It's, despite Mr. Smith's assertions that this is something that's found in other ordinances in other towns, I don't see anything anywhere near this expansive and permissive in any other town's ordinances, any other city's ordinances. So, yeah, I think that we still need to tighten this definition. And the language, the alternative language that I've offered here, what this would do is it would look at the small area plan that's already been put forward, the sections that are defined in the small area plan would be the touchstone for delineation of the tree coverage planning area. So that would address my concerns about the lack of limitation, lack of limits on size of these TCPAs.
It would also key in that the TCPA would be utilizing a particular area that has a particular use.
Yes.
Because the tree requirements and the tree, the thoughts about having different trees all depends on the different uses, and that the small area plans were divided between uses.
Yes, the sections in the small area plan are defined by use. Generally, I mean, I think that there's some flexibility there.
Defined by density. They proclaim how many units of commercial, how many units of residential are in the areas.
Yep. Yep. And the sections are also defined by their names, such as the Haw River neighborhoods, the family neighborhoods, the transition neighborhoods, the West Side neighborhoods. There's a corporate district, there's a business district, there's a medical district, a village center district, and regional commercial center, as well as activity centers. So those do have use connotations. And it's been a while since I've read the entire previously submitted small area plan, but I think that there's definitely a use flavor there for those sections. Anyway, that's the idea, is that I at least could be, many of my concerns about how undefined this definition is could be relieved. My concerns could be relieved if we used some documents such as the small area plan to give some definition to these TCPAs.
I think you need to ask County Park to come forward and let them look at this also. Because that's what we need to go on and really get this in. Whatever the questions are, we need to get them all out to them so we can move this on forward.
Okay.
So whoever is
Farrell, how many extra copies?
County Park.
I gave it, Brian.
Okay. How many are there extra copies there?
I have 4 here.
All right, so that should be enough for each of the principals. I think Mr. Rawls and Mr. Smith might care to have it, and Chuck Smith as well. Thank you, Liz. Mr. Rawls, right here.
Thank you.
Change somebody to try to get their new tower. Well, yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out what the definition of the PCA is. that you will just clarify? Or what would it address?
Spatial delineation.
Spatial delineation that will come with the submission of proposals for land development.
In a piecemeal fashion. But we're approving this policy now, and I would like to understand now how it applies to defining these
You would like for the
TCPAs.
entire project to be designed this summer?
No, I think this is a good compromise.
What is it saying?
It's saying that we need to refer to some kind of spatial definition. And the spatial definition that we have on hand right now is the 2017 Small Area Plan. And the sections that appear, and there will be subsequent small area plans. I think it's not been formally approved. I think it was, staff turned it back to the applicant, and I believe it was resubmitted. Is that correct, Mr. Jones?
That's not correct.
It's not been resubmitted.
That's correct.
But there is a draft that is a public document.
The 2017.
Yes, the 2017 draft. And we can appreciate or expect that it will be of a similar magnitude or shape of document.
Magnitude, right.
And I'm sure there'll be a number of changes from the 2017 version to whatever they present next. But I think that this language is sufficiently flexible to allow any subsequently approved small area plan for that North Village area and any subsequently approved small area plan for the areas to the south.
I think that the small area plan provides for a general representation of land development, but I don't think it specifically locks in every component of that development such that something shown as an apartment complex could conceivably be changed through the course of property sale and dedication into a shopping center. Because the small areas or the sections define and provide for that kind of flexibility by establishing general ideas of how many units of residential development will be in there and how many units of residential development. But it doesn't necessarily lock it down as a small area plan. So what is represented there is likely to have some change, some flexibility. And that's when you would rely on an ordinance or a written document to describe how that might be developed, i.e. TCPA would encompass the subdivision, would encompass the shopping center. There would not be a TCPA for an apartment project, but there would be TCA. So to have a small area plan try to represent that level of specificity is inappropriate. It's not the tool.
I think that's putting the cart before the horse. I'm not expecting that. What I'm asking is that we use a document that's already public, that has a map associated, to define what a TCPA is. I don't think a TCPA should be this.
It's not proposed to be that.
There's no assurance of that, Mr. Diogo. That's precisely the problem. It could be that. There's nothing in this language that prevents it from being 2,000 acres.
I don't think that there's going to be a 2,000-acre shopping center.
But it says it could be.
It could be a shopping center or a residential subdivision. And I don't think you're going to have a 2,000-acre of either of those things.
It's not all-encompassing. I understand that language to be all-encompassing. There can be any of those things.
It just said that contains any of these. It doesn't say that it's insurance in that. It says all it has to do is contain one of those things.
The TCPA will contain the shopping center and the trees upon it. Did I say that? Or a single-family subdivision and the trees upon it.
But the way it's worded, it says I doesn't say limit. It could be a very large area. It doesn't specify. And it doesn't specify how they choose the trees to say.
Yeah. Right.
I have a problem with that. It should be significant trees. It shouldn't just be land that they don't have to cut. It should be, if there's a standard significant tree for it to get in, there should be a process of how they choose, how they this is to protect trees. The whole point is to protect trees. So why would there not be language that identifies how it happens?
They're saying this is not solely
Why is it a tree covered area?
It is composed of two types of trees. Those that are present on the land today, and those that will be planted.
So, but you're saying that the trees are not really that important for the tree coverage area?
No, I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying,
But we
there are
have
two
said,
types.
we have said that we would like to incentivize existing trees.
That's right. And that's why we say that you can have far less land dedicated to existing trees. And if you cut them down, you are penalized and have to provide more of your land for the growth of trees.
Well, I think there should be some incentive of protecting and choosing land that has significant trees.
We've done that by saying that for a specimen tree, whether it's to count 1.5 or these are specimen trees. You can have more than one specimen tree on some land.
What I want to see more of is standard trees and significant. I really don't want to see some of this fairly significant tracts of land in the Channel Park area torn down and built houses and then set aside land that is not significant. If there's a piece of land that they're developing that has significant tree stand on it, I would like to be there to be at least, at the very least, more of it considered budget, more than just a specimen tree. It should be, there should be a word, just as we protect specimen trees, there should be specimen clusters.
Well, we require in this element a tree survey and an arborist comment on it.
Can you acknowledge that what I'm saying might have some merit? I mean, if we're talking about this, we've been saying, you act like we are bringing up these things. We've been saying over and over again, how can we incentivize? I've been talking about clusters of trees for a long time. There's no language in here that specifies protecting significant clusters of trees. This is not something new that I'm saying. I've been talking about this, but yet it's still not in here. And we're talking about we're being the ones that's slowing it down. There's so many things I've asked for that do not exist in here. I've been talking about doing extra tree coverage in the 2,000-foot zone. There's nothing in here that says nothing. I talked about last time about what happens if the tree coverage area have a hurricane, which we do get hurricanes. We have forest fires. We have an area that's supposed to be a tree area, and yet the trees could be wiped out in a hurricane. So I brought that up. I said, how will this get replanted? So it comes back as those things are exempt. They don't have to replace land that has been in a forest fire. It is the opposite of what I asked for. The opposite. So my point is we're not the only ones slowing this process down. Chatham Park can agree to some of these things that people in this community want. If you want to speed things up, then create what this community wants. Why fight it? I'm so frustrated by this. I can go through, there's several things in here that I've talked about. I've talked about the clear cutting of trees with respect to the forestry management. And my understanding is it was automatic that if they bring in forestry management and they cut down most of the trees, it would just be a given that for 3 to 5 years Chatham Park would not be able to do that. But the way it's worded, it's like only if the town denies it. But then somebody has to come up and say to the board, hey, we talked about this. It puts responsibility on future boards who may not even realize that we've talked about this. I want that to be mandatory. I don't want forestry management to be a way to get your land cleared for free, and then you turn around and build housing developments without they don't have to even have tree coverage.
That's how other municipalities do it, is it's an automatic.
It needs to be automatic, it needs to be mandatory, not if a board votes it down. I want it to be an incentive not to do this. That's just another thing that I have talked about multiple times, and still like it's been.
Well, one way to look at that section is that if the board has the ability to waive it, there could be a circumstance in which it makes sense to do it, but not to provide that flexibility.
I want it to be given unless, if it has to have flexibility, which I don't really understand why it would need to, but I'd rather it be the other way around, that the responsibility is on the board to say, no, you can't do that. It should be on the responsibility of the developer to convince the board that it should happen.
Yes.
And otherwise, there's nothing to stop them from doing that. They're just going to go in because it saves them from having to protect trees. They can just have forestry management, do the clearing, and then they don't even have to set aside trees at all, hardly, just the stream buffers. And I don't want that to be the cheap way that Chatham Park can avoid protecting trees.
I'm also curious as to whether or not a footnote has the same effect as language ordinance.
Now, why is that even a footnote?
Why is it a footnote, Mr. Messick?
Which footnote are you talking about?
Three in the red line. Footnote 4, with respect to land under forestry management programs, the town may deny a building permit or refuse to approve a site or subdivision plan, etc.
I believe that's what the law says.
Does that have the same force, being a footnote only?
It is an identification that says the town may deny. We don't currently deny permits for that.
But can a town say that it's mandatory unless the board votes to waive it? I would like for it to be the other way around. Is there any legal reason why we can't do that?
There are other local governments where it's a trigger effect. It's automated. If it happens and the tax office is aware of it, which they become aware, I believe, through satellite imagery.
I think you're getting the cart before the horse. If an application comes in, presumably your staff will either ask the question or look at the site or look at the aerial photograph and determine whether it's been clear cut or not.
So why does it come to the board?
Why should it come to the board?
Exactly.
If it has been clear cut, the staff will, assuming that you have a prohibition, which you don't, assuming you had that, then it would be up to the staff to determine whether it had been clear cut or not in violation of your rules. You don't have any rules. If you want rules, let's make them. But you don't have any.
Well, I think this is a rulemaking
We're
process.
trying to make the rules.
But
We're asking you a question.
But you haven't done it.
But can you answer that question? Can we make it mandatory that if developers clear cut that land, that they may not develop it for 3 to 5 years, whatever the law is, without board approval? I just want to know if that's legal.
Yes, it's certainly legal.
Okay.
But not in this element, in this fashion.
Okay, but we're trying to create a fashion.
Well, you can create that in the UDO, which you all have not done. You could create it in the zoning ordinance, which you could amend anytime, any place.
So you're saying it can't be part of the element?
If Chatham Park agrees, yes. This is a cooperative effort. It is not something that you mandate. It is something that Chatham Park has to agree
We have
to.
enough commissioners behind it.
If Chatham Park agrees, yes, ma'am.
But we can legally say that.
In the UDO, in places other than Chatham Park.
But the UDO will not impact Chatham Park if they have this in their element. Is that correct?
It is not in the element. A footnote is not in the element.
Okay, so as long as it stays in a footnote, then we can create a town ordinance that would prevent them from doing this?
No, ma'am.
That's not making any sense.
No.
Chatham Park has different rules.
Right, that's why my point, then why are you suggesting that we do this in the UDO? Because that won't help us.
It won't help you with Chatham Park, it will help you with other areas.
Right now, I'm talking tonight about...
Well, then you need to ask Chatham Park whether they would agree to insert in the element itself some prohibition for the clear cutting of timber for 3 and 5 years. You've not asked that.
They've already agreed.
I think if we have... I don't know how the rest of the board feels about Chatham Park going and getting forestry management. I can tell you a friend of mine she has lived out in the woods for 20 years, and forestry management has come and clear cut 1,000 acres around her house. 1,000 acres. It looks like bombs went off out there. And that could potentially happen here, unless we get some strong language that we don't want that. We're creating this tree element so that people can't go and just cut down all the trees and then plant something that takes 20 or 30 years to get back to where it was. In some cases, 100 or 200 years. So I want to make it, give it reason so the state won't do that. If you don't have something like this in place, there's nothing to stop them from doing it. It's a way to get their land clear cut for free, and then they can just go in and build their houses. I don't want to see that happen, and I don't think any of you do either. It would break everybody's heart. Can you imagine driving over the Hall River Bridge and looking out and seeing wasteland? That could happen. Our responsibility to make sure that doesn't happen.
This is a trade-off. The law says that an owner of property can harvest his trees. If he does it pursuant to the forest management plan with the best management practices in place, he can do it and not violate any law. The law also says that a city may restrict development if a property owner does that. And that's the quid for the quo. If you don't want the timber cut, then you say you can't develop for a period of time. But if the property owner says, well, I'm not going to develop this for 10 years, there's no reason why he can't harvest the timber.
I understand, and I think that's really exactly our state allows that.
It's not just the state, it's the Constitution. You know, you own property, you have a right to use property.
Right, but you can't even, in other places, you can write ordinances that prevent it. But the state does not allow towns to even write ordinances to protect trees that are being harvested by forestry companies.
The state law on forest management trumps local ordinances. Yes, ma'am.
That's my point.
Right. A significant portion of the property in Chatham County is owned by timber companies.
Yes, I've seen it. It's really sad.
Well, I appreciate the clarity, Mr. Messick, that you just provided, that a footnote is not a part of an element.
It's part of the element in the sense that it's on page 3. It is not an element that can be enforced against Chatham Park unless it is in the element. And if you all want that in the element, then you should ask it.
I'd like to have that in the element.
I would too.
Do not have coming back to the board for implementation and enforcement. That's a staff matter.
So if it were incorporated, would you want the word shall? The town shall deny a building permit instead of may?
Yes.
Well, I just said may permit.
It's not automatically approved until the... By that time, if 1,000 acres has been clear cut, and the town board's going to say, well, they've already cleared it now, they're not going to do something with it. Well, that's my concern. I want it to be something that prevents Chatham Park from doing it. And I know if we ask them, they're going to say, oh, no, we want to do that. I mean,
Yeah, the issue here has always been Chatham Park investors' assignments, the next generation, the folks who we don't know, the folks whom we haven't met. And I've heard from Chuck, and, well, I think we've had a conversation about this. I understand you don't intend to clear cut at great expanses. But we're writing rules for 30, 40 years. So we would like assurance that the spirit of the law as it exists, as has given us permission, as the state legislature has given us permission to bind forestry management or discourage forestry management to proceed residential, commercial, industrial development. And I thought that we had a consensus about that on this board.
I did too. I thought we already discussed that pretty much.
So.
Now, may we say that that is an ask?
Yes, that be returned or put in the text rather than a footnote and strengthened so that it does not, it's a staff matter, not a board matter. Make it clear it's not a board matter. I want to express gratitude for incorporation of requests made by Commissioner Foley and embraced by the rest of the board. It appears as item 12 in the list of purposes. Thank you for this expression of the purpose being to incentivize purchase of new trees and other plant material from local nurseries. I appreciate that. I acknowledge it, I respect it, and I also would like it to be repeated in section 6 at number 5, I think would be appropriate. At number 5, we are discussing, unless otherwise approved by the board, all new trees shall be species of trees that are native to North Carolina. I think it's a perfect place to say, and procured from nurseries and landscape suppliers in Chatham County.
Well, I like the word encourage in the beginning of that, but then it weakened it considerably by saying to consider. So encouraging them to consider, I think we need to say it weakened it, I thought, a bit, but we certainly can't mandate to 5.
Yeah, and the purpose statement is not really ordinance language.
no, I intended that to be a requirement, but with the understanding if local trees, I know to be specific, Chatham County nurseries cannot provide what Chatham Park needs, then they can go outside of the county. But I really would want Chatham Park, the trees that are going to be planted to boost the local economy. And so I want it to be more than just an encouragement. I want it to be something that Chatham Park is willing to commit to. And I understand if trees aren't available that that's not possible. But when possible, to do that. And I think that would be much appreciated. I've talked to some local growers, and they're very willing to work with Chatham Park and contract with you and determine what your needs are and to make sure you have them when you need them. So I really want to do more than just encourage them. I would like to see Chatham Park step up and say, yes, we want to support the local economy. We're willing to do that and agree to that. And of course, the prices need to be, in keeping with what others would charge. I can understand. I'm not being difficult. I just want to support the local economy. And who better to grow native trees than native nurseries?
So instead of saying encourage, you want to require owners and developers.
When available. I mean, I'm not trying to make things too difficult in Chatham Park. I think this will make things easier because there are people who are very excited about working with you all, and they're very willing to work as a cooperative to provide you with the trees that you need. So I really want you all to step up and do that. And I think that's to your benefit.
There are some legal issues with requiring things like that.
Okay. Which is?
You're restraining the right of the independent owner to trade with whomever he wishes to trade with.
I don't think so, Mr. Messick, because the language suggested was require owners and developers of properties in Chatham Park to consider.
That language is different than what Ms. Foley is saying, or what Ms. Baldwin said. Encourage and consider
So
is
Ms.
fine.
Baldwin just write down require in place of the word encourage.
Require is a problem, encourage is not.
Requiring someone to consider?
Okay, requiring to consider, but requiring to purchase is different.
It says require to consider.
Okay. All right. I'm sure staff can discern that.
Well, if we also repeat some portion of that language at section 6, number 5, then we'll have assurance that best effort is being done.
Okay.
That I appreciate what you're suggesting, trying to create a
Your
market.
idea of how we can do that.
I don't think you can artificially create such a market. I think everybody in Chatham County who is in the nursery business is, they're excited about this thing. They're thinking, yes, they're going to get a lot of business, and they are. They may get too much, and they'd have to go somewhere else. But I do know the price of a tree has a lot to do with where you get it and how far you have to haul it. So I think any nursery, it'd be a darn good time to go into the nursery business. So I just don't think it's a necessary. I appreciate where it's coming from, but I think the market is going to naturally occur. I think our folks are going to have all the opportunity to do business with Chatham Park and do business in a competitive way. If I've got to haul a tree 10 miles down the road versus 30 miles down the road, I assure you that 10-mile trip is going to be cheaper and more competitive than the 30-mile trip.
I hear what you're saying. I just want there to be some language in there that at least requires people to explore. Maybe the right word is not to consider, but to explore.
Well, I thought the language actually had a pretty good point. It was encouraging people to do this. You know, they're going to be talking to land buyers and land developers all day, every day. And they will be encouraging and making known to those developers the local nurseries.
Okay, can we require that they be given information about local growers that they receive? Which we can make it their responsibility to provide, but I don't know. I'm just brainstorming here.
Yeah, I just think the enforcement side of things is interesting and difficult as well. I mean, would it be an application for a site plan that Jeff has to document that they got this form from Chatham Park that said we encourage you to shop local?
What do you recommend? How can we make it easier? How can we make it as easy as possible? What language can we add to make it?
I just don't think it's necessary. I think it's going to naturally occur. I certainly don't typically go out of my way to buy something further away from my home than I need to.
Plenty of people drive to Apex or somewhere else.
Or entertaining.
That's what they're used to. They have contacts. Like say they're developers that live in Cary. They might have people that they regularly deal with. They might rather go with people they know and pay a little extra to have it shipped in than just buy from people they don't know.
Anything short of requiring them to go to somebody they don't know is not going to change that either.
There must be some way to provide resources so that they,
I think Chatham Park is a lot of opportunity for a lot of people.
but it's not happening for development, the construction crews are coming to it.
I don't hear the steel trades talking about getting jobs.
I think
A lot of the jobs are
I've
coming
outreached
outside of Chatham
intentionally
County.
on this issue.
That's
Not part of the steel
subcontractors.
trades are getting work here.
the local subcontractors out there that work.
Yet to hear of one. So,
Well, I can tell you that the local contractor who built Penguin Post.
I think we can ask number 12 to be tightened up and the word require instead of encourage. And I'd also like to ask that section 6, number 5, have some phrases from number 12.
Thank you.
They're there.
Yeah, one of the most compelling things I think that you have put forward is the idea that there needs to be something within the 2,000-foot boundary from back from the Hall River.
I feel like not only is it just the right thing to do for the health of our forests, for air, for everything, but drinking water, but it's also, when you read the resolution approving, it talks about, number 2 on this, talks about how are we adhering to documents, and one of the documents listed is land use plan. Okay, it's too late to protect that 2,000-foot buffer along the Haw, but we can still take steps to have a larger canopy within the 2,000-foot buffer. We can do things like, anyway, there's lots of things that can be done to, and go ahead, you start talking about it first.
So how can we make that change come to fruition?
Some ideas I've had, I made a list of some ideas of things that we could do within that 2,000-foot buffer is not allowing clear cutting. I understand when you need to clear for sites, but I'm speaking of within 2,000 feet of the Haw River should not be allowed to just clear cut an entire area. I'd like to see a higher percentage of tree canopy in that area. Ideally, I'd like to see larger lots. I was really surprised. I remember when Chatham Park was talking about, there's going to be larger lots close to the Haw, and I was imagining at least 1 acre, maybe 5 acres, maybe 10 acres, and to discover that it was a quarter of an acre, I don't consider that a large lot at all. And I'm very concerned about the impact that's going to have. I mean, how can there be any trees if you're building a large house and put it on a quarter acre lot? There's not going to be room for much else on that lot. I'd like to see, ideally, that no chemicals are used on lawns that might flow into the Haw. And I understand that would be difficult for us to enforce all these things, but I don't see any reason why we can't make this something that the HOA takes on. I'd like to hear other people's ideas. I can't believe that I would be, I imagine that others would be very so this way too.
I do. I agree.
I like some of those ideas. I don't know. Again, are we talking about a requirement, fall method that is inherent in land ownership, that we could not say that you can't clear cut or that you cannot apply herbicides and pesticides to a particular piece of property within 2,000 feet of the Haw River?
I'm sure you can't prohibit clear cutting.
You cannot?
No. It's a perfectly legal activity. And there are consequences if you do it. You can have consequences. You can prohibit development for 3 years, or if it's a willful violation, you could prohibit it for 5 years. But they still have a right to do it.
Of course, I do appreciate when you say not just that we can't do it. I really like hearing about what we can do. That's really helpful.
Well, the question was whether you can prohibit it. I try to answer the question. pesticides, if they're legal, I'm not sure that you can prohibit them. Now, this resolution you have coming up, that's your choice, and your employees, you can prohibit them from using that kind of materials, but I don't know how you can dictate to a property owner what use he makes of his or her property.
Can a homeowners association do that?
Sure.
Okay.
Make you cut your grass, too, but... But it's not some governmental interference with private property rights. That's the problem.
So then the question would be, would Chatham Park feel that they could incorporate these kinds of things in their protective covenants, restrictive covenants?
We could certainly request that there be a higher tree canopy percentage in this area along the park. I feel certain we can do that.
Why don't you be more specific and propose a specific percentage that you're talking about? That way they could respond more directly than just talking about a greater percentage. 5% more, 10% more, I mean, something for them to be able to respond to.
Well, those are residential areas. There are currently not any percentages required on residential areas.
Residential use is 20%.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. But not required in individual lots.
Right. But so we're not asking them for an individual lot, but they could provide a larger TCA area.
What would you propose?
I'd like to do
It's hard because we don't know that area as well as Chatham Park investors do. I have had maps of that, but have been fingertips.
the charts on page 5.
So I'm thinking maybe add another section in table 3 for residential use within the 2,000 foot buffer, or that's not a legal construct in the master plan, so we have to refer to the name of that area. The name of that area.
Chuck, since you're our staff professional, can you guide us on how we could do this, so we can increase the tree canopy within that 2,000 foot buffer? You're a planner. You know how to do that.
I think so. Attorney has said a percentage is what you're looking for. Is it 5 more percent? 10 more? I don't know what that looks like.
And he's talking about something different. He's talking about
Defining the 2,000 foot buffer, I think you just do that from the edge of the property line.
Okay, so you don't have any guidance at all for this?
I just gave it to you. 2,000 foot from the property line.
I know. I'm talking about the whole thing.
No.
Okay.
If I were to say 30%, is that good enough? I don't know. Is it 50%? I don't know. You're putting me in a position that is a no-win position.
That's just asking for advice. That's all. You're our staff advisor, sorry.
Well, there are two questions. One of them is, if you're going to make it a category that says 2,000 feet, the first 2,000 feet, do you make it from the stream bank? Do you make it from the high water level? Do you make it from the center of the stream? Where do you make the 2,000 feet coming back.
And there's a stream buffer for tourism.
Stream bank, is what I'm thinking. Okay.
Top of the bank.
Top of the bank. Okay. So, so let's take a look then at the percentage.
Well, I have heard 60 recommended by environmental scientist. I remember in the past hearing that recommendation specifically for those areas, 60%. But I don't recall whether that's 60% of the entire area or 60% of each tract.
Was that coverage or canopy?
Very complicated stuff.
Will there be non-residential uses of 60% and that 2,000 will be covered? That's
Well, then, I think we need to ask some questions to Kevin Park. One of them is, would you be available to negotiate with us in a 2,000-foot environmental zone that will bring greater tree coverage and greater environmental protections from the standpoint of applications for that the latter part being done by restricted covenants and the former part to be incorporated here on page 5 in a separate area called 2,000 feet from the top of the bank. We would need to know whether that included residential only. Seems like there's a park that may dip into that area, but I'm not certain about that. Is that something that?
Are you calculating Tom Lee?
Yes.
And the other comes to my mind is 40%.
That back half of the room can't hear most of what's being said, so if you could repeat what you just asked.
Well, I think we're trying to deal with the 2,000 feet back from the top of the bank.
And what does the 2,000 feet come from?
It comes from a distinct feeling that the board would like to see environmental protections 2,000 feet back from the top of the bank of the Hall River.
I hear some members say that, but from again, we've talked about this before.
We're not saying no building. What we're saying is it would be an area in which there would be an increased canopy of trees, an increased...
There will be an increased canopy of trees within 2,000 feet. There will be an increased TCA area within 2,000 feet.
Help me.
Because the master plan already went through the process of putting buffers on the river. We've increased those buffers with the agreement with the state to 1,000 feet in one area where there's nothing but trees.
Okay.
And 300 that we talked about going to 350 in the small area plan on the other area where there's nothing but trees. When you run that calculation, we talked about this last time, and this is not canopy, this is tree coverage, because there's going to be much more canopy. That's at least twice the percentages anywhere else in the project.
So you wouldn't mind putting that language in there since it's going to happen anyway?
Well, we've already written it in different places in there that say that.
So it sounds like you'd be willing to add another column in this chart that specifies a higher percentage in that 2,000-foot buffer. It sounds like you're willing want to do that because it sounds like you're already doing it anyway.
Yeah, well, all I was doing is summarizing what's said in other parts.
Great, I like summary.
And how about the other aspects of environmental protection?
Like what?
Like restrictive covenants that indicated that herbicides and pesticides would be sparingly used or banned completely or
You can't do it. We can't do it for, we can't require.
Well, I'm not sure that we would do that. I mean, if you want to put that kind of requirement over the town or the county, nobody else has got that in the town or the county. I'm not sure why Chatham Park should have that and nobody else should.
I would like to see that across.
Well, then,
not just the
go
Chatham
for
Park.
it.
Yeah.
But, I mean, all the
Close
people in
to
here
any streams that
speaking
you
about
have.
this don't have that requirement on their own property, as if they're to be trusted and we're not.
Okay, so that's a good point. I mean, we could, as a board, decide that any development along 2,000 feet of the Fall River, regardless whether it's Chatham Park or other developers, that's just something that everyone that's that close needs to do. And we're not saying you can't use, there's plenty of natural ways of fertilizing your lawn and getting rid of insects besides using pesticides. So I think that's a good point. I think we should do it not just for Chatham Park, we should do it for the whole river. So I guess if we did that, Mr. Messick, if we decided as a town, is that legal?
Are you trying to prohibit something that is a legal product?
I'm trying to protect our drinking water.
I understand that. And to the extent that legal products can contaminate water supplies that are prohibited, yes. But to the extent that it's you're trying to kill a fire ant mound in your backyard, I'm not so sure.
It's in the EIS, town codes.
So I mean, to say all pesticides, all herbicides, all...
Okay, so, but maybe we don't have to say all, but maybe we can figure out, I mean, I guess that's something we can explore at some point. It doesn't have to, but I think you're right. I'd like to see that, not just you guys, but all along. I think that's good.
and Robertson Creek? Because that would be an important one as well.
I'd like to learn what we can do. We are looking at Haw River's already so compromised. And we need to do everything we can so additional chemicals aren't being dumped into the Haw River. And I know Chatham Park doesn't want the Haw River to be polluted because who's going to want to move to your house if the Haw River is polluted? So I know that you want to support.
I think more to the point, Chuck, I don't think it's a bad thing at all. I think that Chatham Park Investors says this particular area has these restrictive covenants because we supremely value the environment, because this is the prettiest, most attractive land in the whole development. That makes that neighborhood special.
Well, like I said, we feel with our undisturbed buffers that we have along that route that is much greater than anyone else has. That's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. We're putting more buffers along the streams feeding into the river. That's what we're doing. We've added to the intermittent streams more than anyone is doing. Well, I think we're saying that.
That's good.
Great.
That's good.
I just wanted to put it in this chart and everything.
So that's what you're saying is we're doing those things. You know we're doing those things. But because they haven't been put under a spotlight in this particular element, then it doesn't count that they're in the open space element or in the landscape element or any of the other places where you have to, when you put all those things together, that's what it's saying.
I'm not saying it doesn't count, Chuck. I'm saying that I think that it's not transparent. It's not altogether clear.
It's important enough that it's worth, even if we are repeating ourselves, it's important enough that it's worth saying it more than once.
You know this document probably better than anybody else. And you understand this at a gut level. We keep coming back to this and coming back to it. We have to come back to it. We have to refresh ourselves. And I appreciate your assistance in refreshing us. And another way to do that and refresh people in future who don't have the same level of constant expertise and in-depth knowledge of it is to put it in that table.
Well, one thing to bear in mind when writing ordinances, because we're going through this process right now with our UDO, is if you make reference references to the same regulation in numerous locations, you are bound to make changes in one spot and not the other, and you end up with conflicts. So there is an important precept of writing regulations that you try to avoid at all costs being redundant. And that's why it's taken us so very long with our UDO. One of the missions of the UDO was to get rid of the contradictions and conflicts. So it's bad form to just throw it here and throw it there.
I think this would be okay. It's going to be on the table. I think it's going to be one of those things that won't be.
But I'm talking about in general.
I understand. But this is something that this community has made clear. This is really important to them. And let's make sure we're covered.
So would you consider putting that there, that paper, so you can just say yeah and nay? Well, I think what I would like to do is rather than give any answer, I mean, we've done this, I don't know how many times. And every time we keep coming up with things. Now, you say we haven't addressed them. I think we have, we just haven't repeated them like you're asking for, because we feel like we have, I know we have, it's not a feeling, I know it. We have addressed them. It's just that we haven't compiled all of these things from the different places and put it into one spot here as well, because it's already there as a protection, as a requirement. Mr. Jones goes through these things when we turn in plans. He looks at them, they're a requirement. So we can say it again. It won't be any more required.
Can you show me where it is said once? Where is it said once?
Which one? The 300-foot buffer, the 1,000-foot buffer?
The 2,000 feet.
Pardon?
The 2,000 feet.
No, we don't refer to 2,000 feet because that is not science. I mean, that's a number that...
It is science.
No, that's not... Well, I mean,
2,000
I think you've heard Mr. Freeman and you've heard Dr. Hunt. When you're talking about these buffers on the streams, once you get to 100, you get reduced benefit from every additional foot that you add to it. So it's not an equal... The 100 is the most important. And so when we're on the river, we've done 300 to 1,000. That's the most important. 2,000 feet away, some of that 2,000 feet away is draining in the other direction.
I think that maybe we need to ask the whole, we need to ask the Lynch some questions about the reason why it's important to protect the 2,000-foot buffer, because they surely feel strongly about it.
The county came up with 2,000 feet. The county also, right, and the county, I'm not sure actually what's happening within that 2,000 feet elsewhere for property owners. But the county also directed in their land use plan that density be directed towards the cities or the towns. That's what we're doing here. And we've memorialized these buffers and these standards that nowhere else exist along the river. And we are 1% of the drainage area going into the Hall, of all the drainage going into the Hall River.
I'm not sure what area you're talking about with the 1%, but
So you look at the drainage area for the Hall River, that includes Greensboro, it includes what, Burlington, all these places y'all have heard talk about doing things upstream that are harmful to you. That's contributing to what's going on in the Hall. Nobody's putting these...
about how each thing is important. Like if you take, there is one industry that's dumping into the Hall. No, there's more than one, but there's one in particular that is making a huge difference. So to isolate and say, oh, we don't matter. Yeah, I think it does matter.
I said we don't matter?
I think you're saying we're only 1%. And then
We are. That's right. But on that 1%, we're putting more standards. We are putting more protections within that 1% that is existing anywhere else in the drainage basin. I mean, other people say we aren't developing, but it's because they don't have public water and sewer. They don't have things that are driving development. If they did,
the only thing we're really asking right now is that you have greater tree coverage.
We do.
2,000-foot buffer. Why is there an argument here?
Well, because as we've already stated it. I mean, you're asking us, and Ms. Baldwin has said, can you state it again? If that's going to be something you want, we will obviously state it again. I do have Mr. Fiocco's concern that the more you put this in different places, the more difficult it will be when you clean up things in the future. But we can certainly state what is already there again.
I don't think there's anything in this document that says within 2,000 feet of the Hall River, this is what is TPA. anywhere in here, and that's what we're asking for.
Well, like I said, when we provided the numbers last meeting, I believe. But it's just the math. With the buffers on the streams, the amount of streams within 2,000 feet, the amount of area already protected along the river. So and I know Mr. Fiocco and I've talked about this a few times and have done this calculation a few times. So
we see.
So what? Let me just make sure I understand.
Yeah.
You want me to take the different, whatever the standards are that have been established in the other elements, and combine those into one statement, resulting in a percentage of protected trees within the 2,000-foot area.
I want to see on page 5 where we have the chart, I want there to be an additional column that says TCA required 2,000-foot buffer of the Fall River. And I want to see, maybe we need to say what the number needs to be. Maybe we're doing this backwards. But I'd like to see what you come up with. I'd like to know, I want there to be a commitment.
Yeah, we've already made the commitment. You just want to see what the number is.
I want to see that as a separate comment. You're committing to protecting that 2,000 foot.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be. I don't think it works out that it's going to be. None of the activity center, for example, is within 2,000 feet. So you're not asking for a separate column in these things. You're asking
a separate line.
You're asking, I guess, for a separate table.
Or another line in table 3 is what I was thinking. Outside of activity centers in section 7. Or is this 7.1?
Under residential uses, there would be a category that says 2,000 feet back.
Yeah, I think it's only, within your table of permitted uses, you're allowed 10% ancillary non-residential uses within the residential categories, but we're talking virtually everything in that 2,000-foot area being residential uses.
Yes, I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, that's what I understood.
Yeah, I mean, you were referring to you're looking at it with your small area plan. Now I'm looking more at your colored drawing there.
Oh, yes.
I mean, if you just look at the yellows, that's what's within the 2,000 feet, so.
Yeah. I wasn't sure if the park extended into that area. Isn't there a park on there?
Well, there's a park that is within and goes further away than that. And park, it's up to you whether it's a park or open space. Or both.
And then you've heard thoughts casted about between 40 and 60%, but you have always...
I'm sorry, I didn't...
You have heard some
I
thoughts
haven't
about
heard everything.
percentages just now, from 60 to 40%, but you're saying that it exceeds probably even that because of the...
Well, again, the area in section 1.3, it's got 50% of it right off the top that is 100% trees.
1.3.
Yeah, that's because we got 1,000 feet up against, and then 1.1 is 300 right off the top.
And what about 1.1A?
I'm not looking at 1.1A. I guess that's breaking 1.1 up into sub areas, and I'll also say, I mean, I'm not going to refer to these things in this because none of these are real yet. You haven't approved them. 1.1AB, that sorts of things. But 1.1A has got a 300-foot plus. We talked about the 50 feet being added onto that within this language in the small area plan. So, and that's not counting the stream buffers with the 100-foot buffers within that. Put that together. That's where you get those larger percentages before you get into the fact that there are larger lots because of the density tiers. And when they're larger lots, they're going to have, in your email today, they're going to have trees on them without, I'm within the percentages that I'm going to give you in a chart, it's not going to be talking about the trees within the lots, but there will be trees within the lots.
But Chuck, I'm just curious though, like what kind of square footage will the houses be on these lots?
the houses that will, they're not going to be small.
Right. Roughly.
If I say something, it won't be below 2,500. I don't think it would be below 3,000, but I can't. There's certainly no guarantee of it. I mean, who knows? I mean, we talked about affordability gets harder and harder to meet every year, and so you've got to go different. But even no matter what happens with affordability, which says usually translates into smaller lots, because of the density tiers, we cannot go to the. We just can't mess with that because of what's approved in the master plan. That will always ensure a lot of a certain size along the river, a certain larger size.
You indicated to us that day that we were out that there would be the largest lots probably.
Unless something radically changes in the future of development, I can't imagine that they would not be the largest. But that certainly is not. I can't. The real reason is because, again, the density tier closest to the river says you can't have. It's got to average 1 unit per acre. Nowhere else in Chatham Park do you have that requirement. So therefore, those are the largest lots in that area.
So they can average one acre.
They cannot exceed 1 unit per acre. So basically what you do is take the length of the area adjacent to the river times the, 250 feet? I can't remember, 250 or 300. What's the first tier?
Well, I think it's measured off of the 300 foot.
It's between 300 and 500 feet. So the first 300 is 0% or 100% tree cover. Then 300 to 500 feet. So for that 200-foot band, you've got a maximum of 1 unit an acre. When you do that math, it results in about, I can't remember exactly, 26 to 29 lots total in that area all along the river. So it has no choice but to be larger. Now, I don't know, I can't remember where we were, but we got off on that, but I know what I was saying, that so we can put some percentage of area that would be in existing trees, and I would say that would be a minimum percentage. And because it's a minimum, it may not be as high as you want, because I'm going to be on the conservative side, because I'm not the trees that are saved in the lots, I'm not counting that. And there will certainly be existing trees remaining in the larger lots.
Would it be possible in that 2,000 foot back from the stream area to go ahead and count the ones that are on the residential?
Well, there's no way I can do that. I mean, I can predict it, but there's no way I can guarantee it. I mean, if you're looking for a rough number, I mean, I could probably get into that, but
those lots are very different from the little 10,000 square foot lots that are in other parts of the subdivision that are not in environmentally sensitive areas, because we know you're going to have to take trees down in order to put a footprint of a house and a driveway and all that kind of thing on those small lots. But these bigger lots, it seems they're in such a different category that it seems as though you could say that trees on those lots would count towards tree coverage.
But I'll say this. Generally, what you say is true. But what if a development style comes along, and we won't be out there for many years. This will be just because of extension of utilities and getting infrastructure up there. It'll just take longer to get there than it will other parts of the North Village. What if the style comes along? We won't very very small lots. So you get 26 very small lots. But what that results in, because of the density tier, is that you're going to have more acres of undisturbed open space where those adjacent to where those lots are, if you understand what I'm saying. There'd be less land in the lots and more land in the common open space area. So then that says you're not saving that percentage within the lot because it's a smaller lot, but you result in more trees because you put more of that land in the common undisturbed area. So those are the kind of things that you can, when you start trying, and then all of a sudden the definition of what that lot size.
There are a lot of restrictions mandating a particular percentage, but if there was a nice cluster of trees on a given lot, that could count towards this percentage that we're trying to come up with.
Well, it can count toward, I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
They're on a single-family residential lot, which we said ordinarily you wouldn't count.
Well, I think there's a danger. I mean, there's certainly, I can certainly give you, those kind of guesses on what those percentages are to give you a feeling of what's out there. But I would hate to try to. I'm just afraid to start. As we've said all along, we're trying to meet these numbers without meeting them within what's on the individual single-family lot. That doesn't mean we aren't protecting trees. It doesn't mean that we aren't hitting percentages. It just means we're doing it in places other than within the lot.
As you said that you're building a housing development, and there's some really significant trees that they
Absolutely. I mean, you saw. I mean, we looked at these things together. We aren't. Every tree that remains on that lot is more valuable. We understand that. We do. And if you look at what we've done in the past, it shows a clear understanding of that.
But again, I guess we're looking at. I hear what you're saying, but it may not be.
It's not just us. Anybody. I mean, I was thinking about this after getting your email. I have not, other than the desert, I have not seen a single-family lot without a tree on it.
Can I give you an example right here in Pittsburgh? The apartments that are going up in Powell.
Those aren't single-family lots.
Not single-family, but I'm just saying, without requirements, a lot of times, seems like that would make those apartments.
But we do. But I mean.
My point is, sometimes if it's not required, that sometimes we can't just assume that someone's going to save trees because they don't necessarily see that.
But within the language we've got here, that single-family apartment site is a multifamily requirement and has what percentage?
Right. I'm just saying.
And then in addition to that, I'm sorry, but you said there's no trees on it. For Chatham Park, forget whether we're here or not.
No, we're getting off course. You were just suggesting that your word was good enough. I'm just saying that you can't always count on.
No, I've learned after the last few times of saying that you.
I'm not talking about your apartments. I'm just talking about trust. You can't necessarily assume that someone's going to save trees because people like trees.
Well, make sure I understand this, because this isn't trusting me. It's trusting the words that y'all are approving here. It requires trees to be saved on that apartment site.
Right. I wasn't talking about your apartment. I was just talking about without requirements that sometimes developers, just because they think that people like trees, you're suggesting that developers know that people like trees, so they won't cut them down. I'm just saying, well, sometimes they do.
I'm not going to try to say that there are these wonderful-hearted people. They get more money for the lots that have trees on them. I mean, you can just, let's paint them to be evil and just out for the buck. I mean, it's more valuable and a higher sales price when you leave the trees on the lot.
Or when you plant really nice ones on the lot, you build a lot to a builder. The builder builds on it, and before he or she delivers that building to the ultimate customer, they're going to plant trees on that lot, aren't they?
They absolutely are. They absolutely are.
But they're not going to count.
They aren't going to count in this calculation we're talking about.
But how do you feel about requiring the developer to put trees on that lot before he develops it?
Well,
after he develops it. Yeah.
Well, for one, I don't think you need to require it because I think it's going to happen without requiring it. One. Two, and you know, I appreciate all the snickers from the audience, but it doesn't really help move the dialogue along. Two, besides the fact that it's going to go there. We have also got a requirement of the landscape element that, and this again, we talked about this. It gets no credit anywhere, but we're planting a canopy tree every 50 feet between the sidewalk and back of curb. So even if nobody did anything along all the streets, are those canopy trees, and they're not getting factored into some of this calculation of you're not going to do anything on the lots. We control what's going on those streets, and we put that in there. And if we go away, somebody else comes in. That's still in the requirements.
Okay, so the two things we've talked about so far are Section 12 under purpose, also being inserted in Section 6, paragraph 5. And we've also talked about on page 5 doing a...
Well, let's go one at a time, because again, I'm not... what I wrote down, just to make sure, was to require to consider local growers, the local growers of trees. I thought that was where it was left.
Yeah.
Yes, and making that clear in Section 6 as well.
I got it on number 5 in Section 6. I was adding it to that.
Right, just that. Yeah. And then on page 5, we're adding another column for the top of the line. Sorry. For 2,000 feet back from the top of the bank of the Hall River. And
that's just for residential?
Mm-hmm.
That's just, yes, it is, because Chuck has just said that he believes all of that's going to be residential.
Oh, I gave you
right.
All the master plan allows 10% ancillary non-residential uses, but that's covering a variety of. I mean, it's negligible in what we're talking about here.
And what next can we approach here?
Conversion of our footnote.
That's page 3. Okay. Converge, yes. The footnote on page 3 goes into the text and strengthens the language there.
Where are you? I'm sorry.
Page 3 of the red line version. It would be the footnote, which is footnote number 4.
Oh, the forestry.
Yeah.
I'm not, between Mr. Messick and Mr. Eagle, I'm going to let them figure that out. I'm not going to try to represent that. I thought what we were doing was what state law said we could do.
Well, and
if that's not the case, then I don't understand this at all.
I don't think it was our intention to go against state law. State law allows someone who has forestry management and has clear-cut their property to not develop it for 3 years.
5 years.
And 5 years if it was an intentional act.
So,
well, there's not going to be any intentional act. You all will make sure of that, I'm sure.
Ms. Foley just told me when we leave and somebody comes in after us, she can't trust them like us. I'm being funny. I'm not.
I know. And I feel compelled to, again, remind us all that, that environmental stewardship is a saleable item. It's not that we're taking some great vendetta against you all. It's just, we're trying to make all of it better.
We absolutely agree with that.
Good.
We absolutely agree with it. And right now we're just talking about trees. We've been walking the walk.
We've all been living this for a long time.
Right, but I don't.
I think the intention on that footnote paragraph.
And Mr. Eagle, I'm not sure what you're asking.
I understand.
If he understands, then we're good.
I'll have to discuss it with Mr. Messick, but I understand what you're saying.
Okay, if they understand.
And we didn't want it to come back to the board. We wanted it to be a staff decision. Is that what we're thinking?
Future boards can change the element. I mean, you can write it however you want to write it. But, I think it says what you want it to say now. So it's, you know, the actual not thing, but I think it says it now.
Okay.
Actually stronger.
You all approve and deny everything.
We might
You
not
could
know
say,
that. There's not how we even know.
well, I mean, then you don't trust staff to tell you.
Well, I mean,
I mean,
I
that's,
don't know.
that's,
Jeff, I don't know if it's something that staff would say or not.
well, if a piece of property is under review and it's been timbered or logged, I don't think you have to worry about not knowing. You're going to know from lots of different people. I mean, I think we can all agree on that. And staff is going to let you know, and you can say, no, you cannot develop. Or, yes, we would like, it's been 2.5 years into this 3-year process. Maybe we're okay as a town to let you go ahead and develop. That's what that language says. You may be able to develop. You may be able to ask for a permit. You want to write it that it says shall not be able to ask for it.
Yes, I'd like that to be the trigger.
There's a property right now that's under consideration that probably fits the bill. That was cleared within the last 3 years, definitely within the last 5 years.
Well, they're constrained by the lack of sewer capacity, so they're not going anywhere anytime soon.
I need a picture of that. Jeff, it's,
So you would.
That's what the developer told me.
Well, that may be true, but you're writing you're just suggesting now a very specific situation is the reason to have that the regulation wouldn't apply, but that would never happen again.
It wasn't in place when the clear cut happened.
What wasn't? I know.
That's what we were contemplating.
Yeah, but right now, if it were in place, you would like for this board or this town not to be able to consider it. You want it just flat out mandatory.
Yep, because I think that in cases of regulatory enforcement, elected boards, it's just pure psychology. We are subject to public pressure and financial pressure. So if we put it on staff, as other municipalities have, then we're in line with other municipalities, and staff is quite capable of enforcing it. So I don't hear the argument in favor of it. I think that's where we ought to go.
I think the limiting options for you all as a board and future boards that may want to say, we don't want this eyesore on Main Street or East Street. The damage has been done. We need to find something else.
But my concern is open to him that if forestry management knows that they can do it and then they can talk the board into waiving it, then there's no deterrent to keep them from doing it. So I just feel like there needs to be a deterrent. If they know it's going to be 3 to 5 years, then they're less likely to do it.
I don't have a problem with 3 to 5 years. What I'm saying, I think the town should be able to make that decision. That's what I'm saying. Because actually, you can't, if you're here to represent the people, you have to look out for them. And they can't talk me into doing something that's not the right thing to do.
The board may be a different kind of board. It's kind of like saying national parks will be up for a vote every time you have a change. But I guess the point is that if a developer knows that if they know people on the board, maybe they funded their campaign, whatever. I mean, there might not be an incentive not to do it.
I have more faith in people.
Could there be a situation where the landowner does the forestry, sells the property, there's an eyesore in town, and the new owner wants to develop something? Are they shackled with that same restriction, or should a board or the town have the ability to make a judgment call and say, well, we, like Jeff says, rather do something else?
I'm going to turn this around. So what ideas do you have to discourage people from doing it?
If I would put in here that this would be the standard, but there is a way for the town board to provide.
I think that's what we were saying.
Okay.
Not to say there's no way.
Well,
but instead of it just being automatic that the board has to turn it down, I want it to be the board has to approve.
And that's what I'm saying.
That's what we said.
John was simply saying, absolutely.
I mean, I feel like that way too. I mean, it should be very difficult. How can we make it more difficult than just people vote it easily? You know, the copyright code.
So instead of may deny, may approve.
But is there a way to make it stronger?
Well, I say
without saying there's no way to earn it.
Yeah. I mean, I think any board can decide on what qualifies as good cause.
It's a really dangerous precedent. That's a way to avoid the work they're doing to have a tree ordinance. It's a way that they can get around it, just instead of keep having
Well, the other thing to think about, though, is if a property were forested, and for whatever reason, when that, assuming you're looking at Chatham Park rules, and we're talking about name for the town, that would then have a higher number or a higher percentage that would require tree coverage because it wouldn't have it. So that in and of itself would be an incentive to keep trees.
So they would have, even if it's clear cut, they would be required.
If they were going to do a land development project and it had a TCA requirement, let's say it was residential, they didn't have any trees, so they don't get 20%. They've got to plant 25% of the land. So they've now lost 5% of their property to tree coverage simply by clear cutting.
Is there ways to make that number higher than
Well, you know, what Mr. Messick is saying is forestry is a legal act. And I think what we're saying is, well, within 3 to 5 years of that, development is discouraged.
There's just such a big difference between, of course, forestry management is going to take all the nice big trees and, and then so just planting systems or maybe replacement with as well. But I know we don't have control over forestry management. We just want to do everything we can. It's not just. You have ideas of how to do that.
Is there a universal thought by everybody that it should come back to the board or it should go to staff? On this footnote for St. Gibbs Incorporated into the text.
Or something for now, I think it should come back to the board. But it needs to the board. Right. But, yeah, majority of it.
Thoughts, board?
I don't know. I mean, I don't have enough experience to know what would be stronger.
The developer's taking a risk. If it comes back to the board, that you always say no. If it stops at staff, then you're not allowing the developer to risk it. You're only just going to say you can't develop for 3 years or 5 years. Please go away. That's what we're saying to landowners in town. Otherwise, they're going to go through the planning process, site plan or subdivision review process. They're going to come before you with their plan, and you either like it or you don't. But that gives you a tool to say no. We don't like it within that window of time. Otherwise, if it's beyond that window of time, then you might be compelled to say yes.
So what if we did it this way? What if it goes to staff and you say no, and then there's some mechanism for them to appeal it?
That would be the board of adjustment.
Right. I don't know. I'm just throwing out.
I mean, you're going to give that good cause decision to a different board that you can't challenge. You might not want to do that. You have to sue that board.
Let's work on how to strengthen that then.
Yeah. Trying to incentivize not doing that.
We want to return to the concept of tree coverage planning area. Have we discussed that to the...
Well, there's the other issue that I raised last time, which was what happens if a hurricane comes and knocks out significant trees? Do they have to be replaced? And Chatham Park, instead of taking what I said and turning it into something addressing what I was talking about, they made that exempt. That anything that's a natural disaster would not have to be replaced. My concern is they say, oh, well, the forest will naturally replant itself. But if you've taken out the forest all around it, the only thing that's going to get replanted is going to be whatever the street trees are. And if they won't So I don't know what's reasonable about it. This is something that concerns me, that if you have a tree coverage area and it doesn't have trees in it, then what's the point? It's not likely to happen, but I would like to hear the board's thoughts on it. I'm concerned that if you're going to have big specimen trees that die, do they get replaced? So how long is the TCA, how long is it good for? What happens if the trees are lost for some reason, whether it's disease or what happens? Who's responsible? I would think it's something that we need to make a decision, a conscious decision on what happens in that area.
Well, should we first talk about what you all did as far as the forestry mayor, or however my French is for it?
I've heard you say a couple times, we just disregarded what you said. We absolutely heard what you said.
But you did the opposite.
No, we didn't do the opposite. What we put in here comes from what Durham requires. And natural disasters. Well, but at the same time, it's not something that we just came out, that we pulled out of our heads that was self-serving. We cannot cover till the end of time hurricanes taking out every tree in our project and replacing them.
Not that many hurricanes that come through, but it does. It's usually
Well, if we're saying it's going to happen once, that's more than we can cover.
Well, we can end up with a tree area that has no trees in it.
Yeah.
I have a problem with that.
And just as similar to your forest issue, they're going to grow back.
Not if there's no trees around, all the forest will be taken out.
You look at this area. I'm going primarily by the tornado that went through Raleigh, in the Kmart area in North Raleigh. Go look at. The trees are back, and nobody required anybody to replant something.
It takes a long time because you have to go through this phase of there being weeds and bushes, and then the sweet gums come with the pine trees, and then it takes such a long time. Just want to know what the board thought about what to do in that situation.
Well, I thought we had limited it to the perimeter buffers and the specimen trees because we weren't suggesting that somebody had to replant the forest.
Yeah, not a whole forest necessarily, but I'm not talking about the buffers. I'm just talking about, I guess that does get into the area county buffers.
Well, if they're big enough to qualify. What we talked about was the idea that in those instances, it would technically could be considered a zoning violation because you're supposed to have a buffer here, and you don't. And you might have to replant that buffer.
And that's the way we addressed it in Mr. Bonnett's question. Because we've already approved the landscape element dealing with those trees, that would be something that once it's in the town's requirements, then zoning violation, whatever it is, we would be bound by whatever those requirements were.
And I do think it's inappropriate to try to make a landowner responsible for hurricanes and forest fires and those types of
Well,
things.
landowners don't have any required property. They won't, individual people also. Individual lots don't have required trees.
No, but somebody who owns an apartment complex or a shopping center would, if it's a large TCPA, as some are hearing, it would be a very large area. And if there's a forest fire, I can't imagine making an owner responsible for that. I just can't do it. And I know that if you leave a piece of land fallow, it will turn into a forest. It will not turn into a lawn. Well,
I just brought to the discussion, I think it's something we need to consider.
I appreciate it.
Especially for specimen trees.
Yeah. So, let's really think outside the box. Many people, myself included, believe that trees are a form of natural capital. They're infrastructure. They're natural infrastructure. They provide lots and lots of services that we've discussed and citizens have discussed many times before. So they're worth our attention. And even when they're taken out by disease or natural disaster or force majeure, we should contemplate how to replace them, how to replace that infrastructure, so that we don't have great breaks in those services that they provide. I believe that, although we haven't talked about it in a very long time, the Special Assessment District law allows for funds to be gathered for maintenance of infrastructure. I wonder if we might contemplate, because it seems the barricade here, the barrier to considering replacement of trees that are taken out by disease or natural disaster is money. Could we contemplate truly thinking about these things as infrastructure? Could we think about that?
Are you including me and we?
Yeah.
We can think about it, but I'm not, based on probably the definition of infrastructure, that's going to be more Mr. Eagle and Mr. Messick, whether trees fall under that category. Maybe we can think that's the case all day, but that doesn't necessarily mean that's the case. Secondly, with this tax assessment district, that just, again, there's a limited amount of resources within that as well. I guess what you're saying, would you be willing to put them under the list of things you would consider the tax assessment district covering? We can consider that question, but I certainly don't have an answer for that.
Okay. I appreciate it.
I can speak to that. Because we've looked at the code. Special assessment districts have to follow state code. You have to identify everything that, at the time you create it, you have to identify everything you're going to spend in it. You can't say, well, I have an allowance for some future disaster. That doesn't fit into the category of special assessment. It has to be something you have already quantified and know the cost of.
And I believe that the language on maintenance does allow.
I don't know about the language on maintenance as
It
part of.
jumped out at me.
I'll look at it, but I don't think it's a blanket that is. There's no slush spots.
Oh, sure. Of course, there'd have to be a number.
And there's no insurance policies. It's not what you're looking for. Maybe you could say the town will create a special tax on everybody when there's a natural disaster. And that's the board's decision at the time of the natural disaster. But I think that ultimately you're saying future homeowners and residents of the community will have to bear this cost. And I think it's a city cost. It's a town cost. Ultimately, the residents, everything you add, when you say the developer pays this, the developer pays that, you're talking about yourselves. Residents have to pay. Ultimately, the citizen, because every cost has to be passed on to the resident. Every cost we talked about over all of the elements has to be passed on to the resident, adding to the cost of the house, adding to the cost of living in the community. Every cost gets passed through. So it's like if you change costs in a restaurant, Jay has to pass the costs on to the patrons. So ultimately, you're looking at, a natural disaster. It might be something that only the federal government can afford to fix.
So, Tom, did you say that you would check on the maintenance question, but your feeling was that it had to be something that was
I think the
very
maintenance question is going to
identifiable?
be scheduled maintenance, because when you set up a tax district, you might say there's a forecasted maintenance for, you can't just say to be determined. Everything that's in the district has to be quantified at the beginning, so it has to be predictable, scheduled maintenance. It can't be, if the hurricane hits, replacing, even if it's the roads, even if it's roads or street lights. If a hurricane comes and destroys a road or the street light, this district won't pay for that. It's what is predictable and schedulable. It has to be something that you can say, these are the costs of building this infrastructure. And if we include maintenance costs, it's predictable maintenance costs.
I think that's in line with what we're talking about. I don't think it has to be some giant hurricane recovery package. I think that it can be something that addresses the concerns that I'm hearing on this board, that disease shouldn't be an excuse not to try to maintain tree cover. We ought to be intentional about maintaining tree cover.
And I think we've been writing things trying to, we're not using all one species of tree, for example. We're trying to get diversity. We're trying to do those things. And the kind of things we're talking about here, what are we talking about, 1% chance?
Oh, I know.
Are those the issues that we're down to, the 1%ers? Because a hurricane, to be honest, it's not going to wipe out this whole thing. I mean, it's really more likely to be something like tornadoes. And they're not going to...
Or disease.
Right. But at the same time, while it's hitting those trees, the other trees are growing. The other trees are getting bigger at the same time. It's not like... I started to jump into some Lion King songs, but decided that wouldn't probably be the right thing to do.
Good for it.
You might find that to be really refreshing.
It would probably be refreshing, but...
Or maybe it's notice the town drunk plows into a really nice stand of trees that happens to be featured in the PCA.
But that's still, I still put that in the 1%er. Well, that's an act of man. I think probably his insurance company is going to cover that.
That's not covered under force majeure?
No, that's an act of man. So we've got the drunks driving into the TCA covered. So we're being reduced even further to...
I do appreciate you engaging. Don't. I do.
If we can't have a little bit of fun with this, we might as well go home and quit.
There you go.
What can we pick up next? Can we address section 7 about clusters of trees? I feel like, that's on page 10 of the red line draft. I just feel like that given the idea that there are going to be very few individual development sites greater than 1 acre, that we're going to, most of everything will fall into category 2.
And you realize when we started this, and that most municipalities exempt sites less than 1 acre, 1 acre and less, from any of these requirements. And so as part of this process, and particularly with Mr. Fiocco taking us through this, I mean, we went back and added standards that came from other places to get something on those sites that would have been left to, and I'm not going to really, they're going to be full of trees. I mean, when you look at the buffer requirements and everything in the landscape element, you're planting 4 canopy trees per 100 feet. That's not counted as TCA. So those sites are already getting a good amount of canopy. And that's not counting the trees, again, but I'm not going to get into all the details of it, but there's the landscape element covers a number of things that go outside of what we're discussing here that gets trees on, I mean, y'all talked about trees being capital. I agree with that. I mean, we're investing a lot of money with trees that are already required. We're talking about TCA, it's a different issue. But these sites smaller than 1 acre, you look at any site plan that you've had come before you here, it's difficult when you put the building and the parking required for the building to leave, other than planting, to leave existing trees and the grading to tie in what's around it. It's difficult to leave existing trees on those 1 acre sites. In we're talking non-residential, we're not talking residential.
I was looking at this particular paragraph, 7.2 A and B, recognizing that you say most municipalities don't require any regulation at all, but I was looking at them with the bent towards doing more for existing trees. and less for new trees. But the difference between A and B is only 2 trees.
Well, pardon, good.
Right.
I wasn't sure if I interrupted Mr. Viejo.
No, I wasn't commenting.
Okay. Yeah, well, these numbers come, again, and I know you say we don't care about Durham, but I mean, this came from Durham requirements for these situations. Many of this, again, Durham still have, I mean, their requirement is the non-residential sites in the urban core has 0%. We increased that to 5%. So, I mean, we've been doing things. It's not like we've been, I mean, it's sort of like pulling a verse out of the Bible out of context. I mean, we're not looking in the whole, the context of what has been created within. And so there's a danger there in doing that, obviously. And so I would just guard against that. Now, if you look at it by itself, okay, that may say something, but you can't look at it just by itself.
Well, no, but I'm looking at the principle. The concept that we need to encourage people to leave existing trees, and that seems to be a good way to do it, is to incentivize it somehow or another by requiring them to have different dimensions for people that are just going to come in and plant some trees.
Tell me exactly what you would suggest.
Well, and these areas, they still have the same percentages of tree cover. They just are able to do it in a smaller footprint for these very small lots.
These are their clusters. Right.
Sorry?
They're clusters.
TCA, by definition, would be several trees, cluster of trees. A 1 acre lot is going to have very limited land left for tree cover. It has the same percentages, it's just able to do it in a smaller footprint on this lot. Because the 2 acre lots have got to be 25 feet by 1,000 square feet, 25 feet. For the smaller lots, instead of getting rid of the tree cover requirement, keep it, but let it occupy less land. The percentage is the same. Well, yeah. Well, if you leave the existing trees, then you get a lower percentage of tree coverage. You have to replant, you have to have a slightly smaller, a larger area, and a higher percentage. So there is an incentive to keep it, which you can't. On a 1 acre lot, it's hard to do. And on a 1 acre lot, probably a commercial development of some sort.
I mean, we're looking at your McDonald's site, your Bojangles site. I mean, that's the kind of situation this is talking about.
Anybody see what I'm saying here?
Yeah.
Appreciate that if it was all existing trees, it ought to be incentivized, whereas if by more than 2 feet. And if it's new trees or a combination of existing and new trees, it only gets 2 feet more. With the same number of square feet, with no dimension less than 15 feet. That it just, I mean, to me, it ought to be different. Well, that's no big thing, and I don't know what it would look like on the ground.
Well, I'm still not sure. If you would change that, what would you change that 13 to? Or if you're looking at 13 and 15, what would you suggest they should be?
That's part of my problem. I don't know what it's going to look like on the ground. But
It would be enough to put this.
but existing trees ought to be allowed to have a greater dimension.
think he's saying they're saying if it's smaller, to the developer to have a smaller amount of trees is good. So there's that reason. If they keep the existing trees, then they don't have to use as much of their land. Because the 15 feet would be like if you're planting new trees, you have to devote more of your land.
I choose to pick yours one more.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the question is that that's different. Is that 2 feet? Circumference? I don't know how, I'd like to get another vote.
No individual dimension less than 15, no, yeah, for, that would be circumference. Yes?
I don't look at it that way.
You don't work it out that way?
No, I'm not. Yeah, I'm thinking more rectangles. I'm thinking that when you're laying out parking or buildings, they're usually in straight lines. And so then that means you've got to offset those existing trees by some dimension, but you're still dealing in a straight line. You're not going to have these curves of curb around these things. You're going to be offsetting with a straight line. So that's why I think of more as a rectangle. But I still may not be grasping what.
Well, if you divide 500 by 15, it tells you what the other dimension is.
Right, for the rectangle. The 15 is the dimension. And I think, as I said, as in the example I gave you, that I'm guessing, but if these acre sites are generally against other acre sites of the same use. Okay, they're not isolated out there, at least within the areas we're doing this. That means you're probably going to have something like a 10-foot buffer along the edge of the line. And you can't meet the requirement with only that. You're going to have to, as you said, take more developable land, offset if there are if you're going to get PCA credit for it.
Well, that doesn't seem to be a particularly big deal as far as Did you believe that we needed a definition of the word underscore?
Well, do we have a definition of canopy? No. I'll answer my question. And part of it, when we got into this issue of getting into minimum height, and we did the same thing with the understory tree. So you're starting to create a definition in and of itself. We started looking up definitions, and they were so obvious. I mean, the canopy trees, it's that kind of thing. See where I wrote it down, but canopy tree. This is me gleaning from the things that we canopy. The large tree is providing the highest layer of leaf cover. Okay. The understory tree, trees and shrubs providing the vegetative layer between the canopy layer and the ground. I mean, it's sort of self-explanatory, and I know if you ever do a landscape plan, I mean, they divide your plant material into canopy trees, understory trees, shrubs, and ground covers that you kind of differentiate within the planting plan of the different tree types. So, I mean, those things are happening, and I'm not sure what you would, if you would tell me what we would gain then by adding the definitions. Some of it I think is basically just sort of, I don't want to say stating the obvious, because a lot of these things haven't been obvious, but
that's fine.
So did we get that changed though? New trees, page 7, we get that, we had talked about 1,000. I think you said 500 square feet is big and 1,000.
okay, when I know we've talked about it, it wasn't in your questions this weekend. Nobody's ever said do this. But at the same time, when we added the rounding up language, I don't know if you've done the math on what that does, because that effectively changes I looked at the calculations. For 1,000 square foot TCA area, you have a tree every 333 square feet. For 10,000 feet, now I think that's getting kind of large of planted. I think when you start getting up there, you're dealing with more with existing trees. But just do the math. When you divide take 10,000 feet, divide 750 into it, divide the 2,000 into it for the understory tree. That's a tree every 526 square feet. The rounding up starts to add these additional trees.
Where's the rounding up language?
On that same page, 6.1, the fraction shall be rounded up to the nearest whole number. So you have 5.1 trees. It's going to be 6 trees you have to plant. So we felt like when that occurred, Mr. Jones was part of this, Mr. Biocco was part of this, that nobody was saying it with that in mind, but they said, we want to see you rounded up. When we did that, then that seemed to take care of that issue in our minds.
I thought that's what we talked about.
That was the original language.
That was the original language?
Yeah, but remember, again, taking the verse of the Bible out of the context of the chapter. The other things we did at the same time was increase the canopy percentage to 75%, which reduced the number of pine trees in that area. And we also changed the definition of canopies to make them bigger trees. No 30-foot maximum or minimum height canopy. They had to be 40. Those are also accompanied by a wider spread of those trees.
Came up from what?
From you.
The mix.
Yeah, it's when we started talking about the native. You're right. And that was
understory.
Yeah, we were starting to talk about that, and that came up.
Canopy trees.
In section 5.3, that one?
My sense was in that conversation, that was a workshop, and my sense was we kind of had an unspoken consensus that we were leaning in favor of hardwoods or deciduous canopy trees as opposed to pines. And yeah, so I appreciated that increase. But it did come as a bit of a surprise to see the understory trees go from 1,000 to 2,000 square feet. I understand your point about rounding. I think it just seems overly complicated. Maybe just going back to, I don't know, between 1,000 and 2,000, 1,500 feet of square feet of TCA for each understory tree.
If we don't have to round up, we might consider that. If it's overly complicated to think about rounding up.
Well, require a tree, one tree at 2,000 feet, and 2,001 feet you require two. So round up from one.
And we're not talking about the herbicide.
Sorry?
We're not talking about the herbicide.
So let's say there's you've got 2,001 square feet. That's the same as having 4,000 square feet. Two trees. So it also means that you never have
say you got a tree coverage area that only is 500 square feet. You can't say, well, it's not 2,000 feet, so I don't need a tree. You don't have to.
Those smaller areas that are allowed on the smaller lots, but when you're in those 1,000 square foot TCA areas and the 500, then your percentages are going to be much higher of tree per square foot when you round up.
I can see that now. All right. I'm comfortable with moving on. I'm glad we circled back to that. Have a better understanding of it.
Do we need a break here for a minute? Or will we just talk about that?
I think we're close to traffic.
One thing you brought up was your definition of TCPA.
Yes.
When I look at this, I mean, to me, reading this, and I'm getting this a little bit cold, obviously, but it seems like you're more concerned about the size of the TCPA. I mean, so to me, this is more of a statement that you would add within the language we've been talking about that says something like this: no TCPA shall be larger than any section or village center identified as small area plan. All the stuff about North Village, small area, I mean, we've got to deal with all of Shannon Park. We don't need references to the North Village or any of those things. We're talking about any small area plan that comes in. And then it would also, to me, get at some of the concerns you've had previously about thinking that we're dealing with too many sections, too many small area plans within the North Village small area plan where we're looking at a larger area. Some of those sections with I think it's better served to be looking, again, I think looking at that area gives you a better view of what's going on than just limiting it to small area plans for each of those sections, to be able to look at collectively all the issues. But I would say, too, just based on when I look at the, I mean, I'm sitting here, kind of doing the same thing you are. There is not one of these that we will turn a TCA for the whole thing. It's going to be subsections of those TCPA, excuse me. There's going to be subsections of those sections.
Well, great.
Let me make sure I'm understanding you.
Sure.
So, for example, 1.3.
Right.
There would not be a TCPA as large as 1.3.
Well, if you look, again, I haven't gotten there yet, but if I'm looking at 5.1, I'd say that's not too different from the size of 1.3. And there are 3 TCPA. We got 2 that we've already done with the neighborhoods that have been approved, and then we've got 1 remaining along the east side of that area. So there would be 3 for that area alone. So again, I think, there's been a lot of hysteria about what could happen, but at the same time, just practically speaking, we just can't, we just don't turn in plans that are that large of an area. Could it happen? I'm not sure, but the language you propose sort of would then limit it to. So to me, that would be a sentence within that.
Okay, a minor Second Amendment. I'm looking forward to reading that. Or if you want to repeat it again.
Well, Mr. Eagle loves it when I do these things without.
No, he does not.
Yeah, that was sarcasm. Now, obviously, this is.
Well, I think you put your finger right on the concern. And how about if we just said that no TCPA will be any larger than, what is it?
An individual section.
An individual section on this small area.
Small area, within any small area.
And shall be, the only one thing that I would love to hear in addition to that is that it be connected to the use, so that what's required for an industry area is different from a shopping
Well,
mall.
an industry area can't have TCPA. And again, we're talking, for the most part, we're talking about, we're talking really
Not
residents, and that was another thing I was going to bring up, but we're not talking about non-residential TCPAs. We're just, that's not allowed in this. We're not.
Come on, would you? No, I mean,
come on.
Come on. We're discussing here, please.
Village centers, shopping centers, residential neighborhoods. And the reason those are in there, I mean, it gets into the mixed-use nature of it, that the non-residential, I mean, we had to cover mixed use.
John, does that address some of your concerns?
It does.
Is that better than doing it by the acreage?
I think the acreage just is problematic.
Yeah. And it sort of feels artificial.
Well, it's an interest rate. You have the risk of getting the wrong number or trying to get the right number, and I think that's our skill set. I think what we're hoping, I just wanted to see a limitation so that I can wrap my head around that. And I think that what I'm hearing, the vineyards that we've already been looking at extensively is a section.
Say section with 3 TCPAs in it.
With 3
Right.
TCPAs.
2 in what you've seen thus far, and then one remaining.
And you do not imagine a single TCPA that would be that large.
Well, the smallest, I mean, if this was a requirement, we would abide by it.
Okay. Where are we? Additional.
I think that Mr. Eagle's going to work on some language, and I think so I've heard.
Well, I'll read what I had again, but no TCPA shall be larger than any section or village center identified in a small area plan.
I'm sorry, like larger than, read again?
No TCPA
Yeah.
shall be larger
Mhm.
than any section or village center identified in a small area plan.
That means if you were just full of all kinds of malice, and in the future...
The people after us that come.
And in the future, you came to us with a really big, monstrous, small area plan.
Then you have the right to
All we have
refuse,
to do is just
turn it down.
vote it
That's right.
down. Well, that addresses some of my concerns. Anything further? Okay. What to do, we still need to strengthen some of that language in the forestry management plan, right? Putting it in positive, like Fiocco has suggested about approving, may approve.
Grammatically speaking, you all are getting off on the word may. And the may is the town may adopt regulations or the town may not adopt regulations. You so far today have not chosen to do the regulations. If you want to have the regulations, then you, in the regulation, you can provide for what is to happen. So it's not, and when it says town, that doesn't necessarily mean the staff or the board. It means the town, however you delegate that responsibility to. I don't really understand exactly where you're trying to strengthen it. If they have clear-cut an area that is regulated by the town, then you prohibit, it's not may deny, you shall deny. I mean, unless you want to make it equivocal and have some loophole or waiver or something like that, you cannot approve a permit for development within 3 years, period.
We are talking about the loophole.
Okay, well, the loophole is not strengthening, the loophole is weakening.
No, we're talking about strengthening it, taking it out of the footnote, putting it into the text, but allowing for the loophole, the may condition.
Allowing for some really bizarre situation that would come up 6 months before the end of the 3 years.
Okay, that's easy. That's good cause shown. I mean, that's not a problem. But then, again, it does not reflect Ms. Foley's attitude because good cause shown to you may be different than good cause shown to the next board or the one 5 years from now or whatever. So
there's an old expression about not, and I'm sure you're familiar with it, about not controlling from the grave.
But there's a clear-cut law that says you can't control a future board. So that's the other part.
Yeah. I think now future people are going to be more protected.
Is there some reason to use that term clear cut?
Can I ask that, I mean, you were starting to go there, can we summarize this? Can I, every 2 weeks we do this, we keep adding things. This is a never-ending process. Can we limit it to these?
I think we've all done our homework.
I don't really think this is, I just got to say the difference. I don't think this is something that we're adding to. This is something we've talked about in the past, but it isn't addressed.
Well, there are going to be some things we talked about in the past that we disagree with adding.
Listen, I think we all want to get this done. I personally,
Yeah, so what I'm asking is, I want to cover the list that we've got.
Okay. So, Michael, Fiocco and I are talking about creating the language committed to Chuck Park.
You're talking about the forestry? Yeah, that's Kim and Mr. Messick are going to work on this, and they'll entertain whatever you've got.
Okay, yeah. Well, it'll be
So the laundry list is section 12. Under your purposes and reflected also in section 6, parent 5.
Required consent.
They're going to work on footnote 4, incorporating it into section 3. Mr. Messop.
Mr. Messop?
Mr. Delacondo is going to check into the issue of maintenance of trees in the staff. You're going to add a additional column of line, page 5, that deals with the top of the bank. What did we say about the section 6 new trees? Do we want to go back to 1,000, or do we feel that the rounding up is going to give sufficient coverage?
I'm sold on rounding up.
Okay, sold on rounding up. Okay.
No, TCPA may be larger.
That's correct.
Section for village center and a small area plan.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, it's number
5.
5 on the,
Oh, sorry.
page 2, number 5. Yeah.
Okay.
I think I just documented it.
Is that it?
I've got 5 things as well.
Okay.
My fifth thing was the 2,000 square feet for another story was okay.
That wasn't changed then, right? We
Right.
had 5 on that
Okay.
list.
And there were some other things that we questioned tonight that we didn't change.
Check, can we repeat this list one more?
Yeah, why don't you repeat it since...
Can we repeat this list one more time, just to make sure I got all 5 things?
Go ahead.
I don't need any help. Number 1 was section 1, number 12, and also in section 6, number 5. Number 2 was footnote 4, adding it to the text. I'll speak with Mr. Messick and Mr. Yoko about some, whatever, and Ms. Coley about whatever the language is to be within the limits of state law. We have to, we can't go outside the bounds of state law.
I understand that.
Number 3, Tom and I will look into what special assessment district has to say about Mr. Bonnett's suggestion. Number 4, we're going to add something to table number
3.
3 or 2, whichever the
3.
appropriate one, dealing with residential with respect to within 2,000 feet proper bank quality. And the 5th thing I had was the definition we've just come up with on the size limitation of a TCP. Thank you.
That moves us into our next matter under old business, which is a resolution to approve capacity fee payment schedule. Brian Russo will lead us in that.
Is there an interested break?
Is there interested break?
I move that we take a 5-minute break. Second. Truly 5-minute break.
Moved by John, seconded by Michael Gary.
5-minute break.
Did you stop it, Paul? I tried. I started, but I didn't get there. She said punch the red button.
Yes.
All set?
I believe we are.
Okay. Thank you. I'll try to be as brief as I can. There is some narrative included in your packets, both in terms of the resolution as well as some of the notes that were included from analysis from Davenport Company. If you recall, back in 2017, the town executed an agreement with the City of Sanford for wastewater treatment plant capacity at Sanford's wastewater treatment plant. One of the provisions allowed us to repay the capacity charge, or the charge that the City of Sanford allotted for the repayment of the debt associated with the expansion of their plant, allowed us to repay that over a 25-year period. Now, the portion of that debt was based on the 2 MGD that agreement reserved. And so the 2 MGD against the remaining debt was essentially calculated as a little bit over 16% of their remaining $40 million and change debt that they had on expanding their system. So, in other words, we're asking them to reserve 2 MGD against their available 12, and to repay them for that privilege, they ask us to provide to them $6,783,942. It could be apportioned over a 25-year period at 3.5% interest. So, clear as mud so far. You'll also recall about a year later from that, the town of Pittsboro did agree with Chad Park Investors for a guarantee on both repayment of the DWI revolving fund loan to help pay for that construction, as well as a sharing of the payment of the capacity fee that I tried to describe just a little bit ago. You might recall that sharing was based on a 75-25% split between the town and Chatham Park investors of that remaining $6.7 million. And the table you can see up on the screen is the table that after some discussion internally with the Luton companies designing the force main, with Chatham Park and with Davenport as well, in terms of construction of the schedule. We arrived at a schedule that would indeed be based or spread over a 25-year period, but somewhat backloaded to account for the possibility of slow growth that we could anticipate during the first few years of development. And this anticipation, I think, was intended to allow the town sometimes, I guess, catch up with the development and ensure that we had enough money. Also recall with that, the caveat with that is that you may recall from the agreement with Chatham Park investors that there is a mechanism within that agreement to allow for any shortfalls in flow related revenue to be made up by Chatham Park within a certain mechanism. We can get into that later if you have any questions on it. Essentially what we're looking for tonight is to allow for the resolution that was enclosed in your packet with the narrative to be approved to allow the capacity payment schedule to be included as the attachment in the Sanford force main agreement. Exhibit C, and I believe there's also an attachment in the Chatham Park Investors Financial Guarantee Agreement as well. If you do approve and do allow this to be included as the attachment, then this would be the formal schedule of record. Also note that the City of Sanford is agreeable to this payment schedule, and then also too that the payment schedule, once it's placed in the exhibit, as the attachment to those agreements, would then be forwarded on to DWI for their continuing review of the loan application. Now, the other thing, the final thing, maybe that I would point out is that this represents the total minimum amount that would be repaid to Sanford schedule-wise. So what you see here does not factor in the money that we'd be receiving from Chatham Park investors. And the information that you have in your packet from Davenport on page 6 has, if you need further information on how that's mechanized, you have essentially this columns H, I, and J over here is the same schedule that you have in the resolution. Columns B, C, and D represent the capacity charge payment that Sanford would be providing to the town to help make the payment in H, I, and J. And then columns E, F, and G essentially represent the total payment. I think there was a question, focus in on this a little bit. There was a question that Mr. Fiocco had asked me earlier about the parentheses, and in a nutshell, what these represent would be columns H, which is the principal here in the actual schedule, minus column B, which is the principal amount that's been apportioned over the 10-year period from Sanford, creating the actual principal that would be paid on it. And so those first 2 years, in effect, we would be providing interest-only payments to Sanford, and then somewhat, you can see somewhat backloading it as it went out. And again, that's allowing the town a little bit of flexibility in terms of actual flows the revenue that we would be receiving from actual flows to help pay off the schedule. Certainly, there's no penalty for prepayment, so if it is more aggressive, if flows are more aggressive, the development's more aggressive, then we can certainly pay that off earlier than 25 years. Likewise, there's the ability within our agreement with Sanford to allow them to pay off their amount earlier than their 10-year period, which would just simply cancel out the interest that they'd be charging us. So they're certainly within their abilities legally, contractually to do that. Mr. Messick's free to go ahead and pipe in with anything, any other information.
B, C, and D are the payments that Chatham Park is going to be paying to the town. I think Mr. Grusbeck said Sanford.
Right.
But
I misspoke. That is to the town. So again, just essentially tonight, the action that's requested is to authorize the resolution for signature to include the Sanford capacity fee payment schedule as part of the record of resolution.
I appreciate you mentioning the fact that there's no prepayment clause or issue with prepayment, and I expect that means prepayment in part or in whole.
yes.
Okay. So, for instance, if we were desirous to do so, we could pay some principal in years 1 and 2.
Yes.
Okay. And it would just adjust all the figures accordingly.
Yes.
But this would be the minimum we would have to pay.
Right.
Okay.
He said maximum, but I think it's minimum.
Okay.
But you can pay less. I mean, excuse me, it's a maximum, but if you pay it right. So you could be less if you paid early.
So maximum total amount.
Right.
Right. But a minimum payment amount.
You got to pay $6.7 million.
Within 25 years, those are the two ultimate knowns.
But you may not have to pay $3.7 million in interest.
Not if we've already paid some principal.
Right.
I think we'd be wise to do that as much as possible.
No further questions for either Brian or Paul Messick? Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second. Moved by Michael Fiocco, seconded by Pamela Baldwin. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Brian Grusbeck will lead us again on the next item, which is traffic calming and speed bump devices.
Thank you again, Madam Mayor. The issue on the agenda tonight was one that is revisited from 2014, and I think subsequent conversations regarding a possible draft policy to help with help resolve some perceived issues with speeding traffic, dangerous traffic, and so forth in residential neighborhoods. So what I did back in 2014 was, through help of the town manager listserv, as well as some other digging that I found, was to kind of co-opt some policy from other communities. And we have that in your packet as well. And as I indicated in the cover memo, the idea, I guess, is to establish a process that citizens express some concern about traffic in a given neighborhood. That concern then can be kind of meted out in a plan that the town planner would coordinate with the help of police, streets and utilities, town engineer, as well as local fire and any other emergency services. But I believe fire is what we had stipulated here. The purpose there is to make sure that we come up with a plan that's actually comprehensive, but also respectful of operations, of critical operations that we have in town, that is emergency services, may at times be challenged in terms of navigating speed bumps, things of that nature. Certainly, although thankfully, we don't have the issue of bad weather, but certainly snow and ice removal is definitely challenged through the use of permanent speed bumps. And so I don't think it's something that we necessarily want to hand out, at the simple request of a single resident or 2 or 3 residents. I think it's something that does take a little bit of deliberation from our professionals. And then also, too, once that plan is conceived, then that we have an opportunity to figure out how we're going to pay for it. Because frankly, these solutions, that perceived solutions that we arrive at, do take away important money, particularly call bill money, from maintaining other areas of town and the streets. So we need to keep that in mind as well. But the request was that we take a look at the draft policy back in 2014, and so I'm simply bringing that forward again for your comment. If we're on the right track, if there's things you want to include, if there's things you want to exclude, let me know, and we're certainly willing to put something together. It's a concern that's been brought up in other communities. It's natural that it be brought up here. We just want to have a rational process for going about how it actually gets accomplished.
So it's your recommendation that the requesting subdivision share in or exclusively pay for the cost of these?
Yeah, I think we ought to have that ability.
Because it is not benefiting the entire community, it's just benefiting their neighborhood.
Yeah, I can't see based on other readings of best practices that it has community-like benefit. It tends to be a benefit to kind of help a perceived localized problem in the neighborhood. Show any evidence of decreasing speeds or decreasing accidents or providing any kind of safety. You're essentially helping alleviate the perception of unsafe traffic. But it's been done, and it can be done, and we can do it here. But keeping, the cost of these improvements are a cost. They are something with the limited Powell bill money that we receive from the state. It would definitely take away from that, and I certainly wouldn't recommend expending, general fund or general fund balance on this type of activity. So I would just ask that we reserve the ability to do that if the cost is extreme. Now, if we're talking about a simple singular speed table at a particular location, then out of matters of scheduling and expediency, if we're talking about a $2,500 speed table, that might be something that is a little bit more palatable than a more involved plan on a really long street, for example, that would require 4 or 5 speed tables. So
I had the impression that traffic calming was a general set of approaches, and that speed tables were just one tool in that toolbox. And as an example, I would lift up Chief Percy and his staff's recent responsiveness to what I'm told, third hand, is the HOA or officers of Chatham Forest have been engaging with you about changing speed limit signs, or maybe it was through you, Mr. Gruesbeck. And the only thing I heard was there was satisfaction about that interaction, up and down Chatham Forest Drive. People who want a speed table on Fox Chapel Lane, but that it seemed to go well.
Yeah, I think it depends on who you ask, and I admittedly haven't been to any of the HOA meetings, but the issue that comes up, and it seems to come up when there's new HOA president that's elected in Chatham Forest, happened once before with the previous president. The thing that's mentioned is speed tables and specifics. They're not mentioning bump outs, they're not mentioning speed limit signs, they're saying cars are going fast and we need speed tables to slow them down. And so that's where this came from. I'm told that, at least depending on who you're talking to, that yes, there is some level of satisfaction that both on staff's part as well as maybe 1 or 2 residents that the speed limit signs could help. And that in my opinion would be, and the chief can certainly chime in here, but that in my opinion would be the more effective way of dealing with speeding traffic. Traffic tables are expensive, and relatively speaking, they're expensive and they tend to be more punitive than effective. So I would rather go the route of other more inventive methods. But I guess a long way around the barn here to answer your question. It's always been a discussion of speed tables when it comes to my desk. So that's where this came from.
Well, I suppose that people who look out their front door and worry about their children getting hit by cars that are exceeding the speed limit, the first thing that comes to their mind is a speed table. So I think that's understandable that they don't have the expertise that you do. But I think it'd be great to broaden this. I think it'd be great to have an array of options. And I think it'd be great if we had the attention of staff and expertise of staff to look at each individual situation on its own merits and challenges, and if bump outs or curves need to be installed on the street, or if speed tables are the solution, or if maybe some of those fancy stop or speed limit signs that actually track your speed limit like they have in Farrington. I don't know, but I appreciate this as a first draft. I would love to hear other commissioners' thoughts on this, because I'm sure I'm not the only one who's getting complaints about people speeding in town. And specifically, there's specific areas that I keep hearing about. If I am the only one, let me know.
I get a lot of complaints in America. We have a listserv in my neighborhood. We get a lot of pretty good percentage of people complaining about speeders. The other half is complaining about the narrow road.
John, I agree. There are many techniques for traffic calming, so it's not just a speed table. I think those things should be considered. One thing that I thought was important in here was there's, reference to area residents. What does that mean? What are area residents? Is there a number of residents? I know. It's like
no, I
know when you see it. But if we're talking about a kind of a legal process, or if there's some process through planning.
Say change that to adjacent. I mean, I don't know if you want to get into the D's and does at this point, but
right. And I'm just bringing it up that it jumped out at me that I didn't know what area residents meant, because I could see some people saying you didn't consult me, or you didn't, And then it also says that the planning department will define the service area. So I just thought those were some things to find a little bit, consider, nail down, put some more identifiers.
Well, I think that gets into your both of you, Commissioner Bonas and Commissioner Field, was excellent points. That there are other ways to count traffic. I just want to be clear that I think, yes, I drafted this policy, but I think speed tables are probably last on the list, if they're on the list at all. I would rather do some other form of traffic calming, be it speed bumps or traffic circles or something. So I think in that way I tried to, and I think again, don't give me all the credit. I'm openly plagiarizing a few other policies on this. So it's I think some of that language stems from the desire to use other methods. And so I think part of that methodology is trying to determine what is the area. Can we look at this in terms of an overall area approach to controlling unsafe speeds, as opposed to just limiting it to a few houses on Chatham Forest Drive.
Yes, I think there are probably the likelihood that a speed table goes in and some of the neighborhood is really upset.
I was going to say, that's what I recognize.
Right.
What happens if neighbors don't agree?
I know.
And I was also thinking...
That's why you want a petition.
Right.
Yeah, but I was thinking maybe that should even be a requirement that you have to have a petition before you can even apply. I don't know, just seeing all these steps that go on before the petition, I think...
Then slide that up, absolutely.
Yeah, so maybe that might be...
Yep, that's a good idea.
Maybe if you're a neighbor, then maybe you have like a certain percentage. I don't know. It seems like a lot of work that goes into it if the neighbor ends up saying, no, we want that.
Yeah, I mean, and that's exactly what you find out is that, and you guys have the history on Oakdale, for example. Once upon a time, there were 3 or 4 speed tables on Oakdale, and then they got taken out.
Oh, I didn't even notice that.
The ones on Springdale, I don't think are wildly popular anymore, and I used to drive on them every day. The people that tend to get them, the people in the neighborhood aren't always exactly the happiest that they're there, because they have to drive over them every day, and so that's why I think there's a mention of that.
I mean, I think it's like just a crosswalk. I mean, I think that makes it slow down a little bit. Without the speed bumps, it makes it straight from the road.
So what action is appropriate?
Before you go into that, I would be interested in all the options that you have, because I know even in some apartment complexes, they're asking for speed tables.
Yeah, especially if they're helping pay for it, they might want something that's less discount. I think people don't realize how expensive they are.
Yeah.
They're like $10,000.
But I would like to look at all the different options other than the speed table.
So we can include some language on considering or seeking other options or something to that effect.
And I often think of local government's roles and responsibilities as also including education. So to the extent that this policy or policy draft might mention some of those things, I think would be very helpful. And I would hope and expect the actual request for traffic calming measures would include those list of measures. Maybe that's not up to the residents to request. Maybe that just is a list highlighting town professionals will evaluate all of these options to best solve the problem.
To echo some of what you said, Commissioner, some of the talks I've had with Jeff is actually some of these, through the design process, these traffic calming designs, there's research that shows there are certain traffic patterns and other stuff that you can use. We've started doing some of the research into, they call it crime prevention through environmental design, but it's traffic calming, wayfinding, and stuff like that. So we are discussing some of these options in the planning process to try to help reduce, traffic flow, slow it down, and all that.
Yeah, I think the problems that have brought up are the problems that have been created by older designs and not necessarily new designs. The staff has been increasingly
wide open, straight
proactive.
streets, and to mirror what Mr. Grudek said, sometimes the speed tables create a false sense of security, because the main design of a street is just the same as a highway, except to move traffic, and people are more apt to let their children try to use the street as a recreation area, and it's really not designed for that. It's designed for vehicle traffic. And so sometimes these traffic calming devices they think are making it safer or give you a false sense of security. And, sometimes you could be, become complacent because you think it's going to slow everybody down, and it's not.
Okay, so we'll look to have other options and back to us at some point. Okay. Next.
Mr. Grusbeck.
Thank you.
Next is South Lake alternate emergency exit. And that has come to us in the form of a memo from Brian Grusbeck and also some input at the last meeting from Paul Mason.
So I think a lot of what I've talked about in this memo is kind of a summation of things that we discussed in previous meetings from Mr. Messick, as well as a couple of emails that go out. And that's basically that, as I understand it, the issue in Powell Place is expressed by the board at this point is that there's a desire to have an emergency entrance exit at the end of Millbrook. I'm sorry, Millbrook Drive here to somehow get to the Old Golston Road, Grand Road. Sorry, somehow get there, and there is a possible route there through essentially these parcels going. You can follow the little hand there, essentially in this fashion, The only problem is that these three parcels, this one, and this one are, it's a problem, but it's a challenge. These are privately owned. So the recommendation that I make in the memo is that, first of all, let's try to figure out a way to get on the property and determine if it's physically feasible, in terms of the topography that we're dealing with, whether or not, I think right in here, you've got a trailer unit that's really close to where we always kind of have eyeball the curve here. But to try to get the feasibility down in terms of whether or not we could actually improve a route to Old Graham Road out here. If it is feasible, then the second step would be that we have to actually get permission from the property owners, to make that happen. And so, I guess we're checking in at this point in time. This is, I think, and I apologize if this isn't as complete as we need to be at this point. But I think first of all, we want to establish an understanding of what is the situation, and then second, based on our understanding to this point, how do you want to direct us to move forward? And it's kind of what I'm looking for.
Well, I don't think there's any question that we're interested in pursuing it. I guess the question was that Paul Messick seemed to think that we couldn't do anything off-site, outside our jurisdiction. And has that sort of evaporated, since this would only be used in just exigent circumstances?
No, I don't think it makes any difference. I mean, as far as what Mr. Gruesbeck is suggesting is that somebody from the town go out there and look at it, see what the deal is, and see whether it's even feasible, and then somebody needs to contact the property owners to see whether they're agreeable. That's fine. I mean, I think the town can do that in the course of whatever, public safety or something. But spending money is a different matter. If the road needs to be improved, then I don't think you can do it. So.
Not even a dump of gravel?
If it's a road, no, ma'am. You don't have any authority for roads outside town.
Okay.
And the property owners may want to be paid for the privilege of serving as an emergency access for their neighbor. And I don't know where that money would come from.
Well, and I guess one of the questions that also was that whether we, the town, had any legal liability, knowing that traffic is considerably clogged on Millbrook going out, especially past the construction project right now. And if someone's house, God forbid, in the back section were to catch on fire and fire trucks couldn't get through the construction traffic, would we bear any sort of legal responsibility for not being able to attend to the fire?
You could prohibit parking on both sides of the street. That would be the easiest solution to that problem. It's not the construction traffic. You have everyday traffic. And the combination is what the problem is. In the town, the board has never had the appetite for prohibiting parking on both sides of the street. But that is clearly within your jurisdiction.
I'm curious about the liability question the mayor asked.
As long as you don't create some unreasonable interference with the free flow of traffic, then you're not. I don't think the town is liable. Fire truck wants to get through there, it's going to get through there.
I guess getting one fire truck or one ambulance in there is a completely different scenario than the thing that happened a few years ago, which was that there was a gas leak in the back and people were looking to get out of the neighborhood. That would create a great deal more of a mess.
So this is how I've always thought of this, as an evacuation route, not an emergency ingress for fire trucks to get through a mobile home park to fight fires in the far end of Millbrook. I've always thought of this as a way to reassure those residents of Millbrook who or of the whole neighborhood who lived through that experience where the road was blocked because of a natural gas leak, and they didn't have a way of getting out. And I believe that that is on this town. That is our responsibility because we approved a planned development district that has one way in and one way out.
And it's not uncommon for you to have done that. You've done it on multiple occasions.
If we have a gas leak
Learned our lesson.
we have a gas leak at Creekside Apartments, there's only one way in and one way out. There's a lot of areas that are just, unfortunately, there's dead-end roads throughout our community and this county and the state. So, I mean, I understand your concern, but there are very many areas of town that are dead-end roads, one way in, one way out, whereas in the fire service, they may get where they have to shelter in place or evacuate on foot. And, you know, of course, they accommodate that as best they can. They make as many accommodations as they can.
Well, I hope we've learned our lesson. I hope we're going to be planning differently in the future and requiring planned development districts to be planned and built differently. In the meantime, I think we're making a mountain out of a molehill. I don't ever hear anything in law requiring that people who live in a multi-story brick building have to get permission to use the fire escape. So why do we have to have permission to allow people to cross that third property line? I keep hearing about them being the holdouts, and yet I hear generally that the other two property owners immediately adjacent to Powell Place, rumor is they might be agreeable.
I don't know anything about that, but you'd have to have the consent of all the property owners to make it viable.
Why? We're not building the road out there.
If you're crossing the man's property, you need his permission.
We're not crossing property.
There are at least three properties.
It's like we're in a burning ship, and we're busting out a window to allow the passengers on the ship to escape. I mean, this is an evacuation route. We're not building a road. I think it's no more complicated than it needs to be.
According to the map, there are at least three parcels of property that are owned by three individuals. You would need permission from each of them. Somebody needs permission, whether it's the town or the HOA or somebody. You cannot just run traffic over somebody else's property without their permission.
I don't think the intent is to run traffic.
Well, even if it's one emergency, you need permission from the owner to do that. There is no inherent right to trespass on somebody else's property just because there's a fire or a gas leak on your property. So if this is a facility that you're trying to make happen, it behooves you to get the permission from the property owner.
So there's no inherent right to cross another property owner's land if there's a case of an emergency?
Well, if it's posted, certainly not. And I don't know whether this land is posted.
You used the word trespass. This is intriguing to me. I'm learning, but honestly, this is new. I thought that in case of an emergency, anybody could cross anybody's property line to escape a burning building or...
If that be true, then why do you need to do anything? If that's an inherent right of the Powell Place residents, that they can go across their neighbor's property to get out, then why is the town doing anything if that's their right? The question was whether the town could facilitate that by creating a building, facilitating some kind of emergency access route out of town across at least three property owners. There's a big difference. If you want to leave it up to the residents of Powell Place to escape by any means possible, that's one thing. If you want the town to be involved in it, that's another. The town has no authority to build a road for whatever purpose outside of the town limits.
Here's another way it could be handled. It would be to their advantage to connect the Powell Place to Millbrook. They might just want to do it, just like giving them permission to connect to that road.
They might want to do it if they got paid something to improve the road.
That's my point. I'm saying that if they were given the option to connect with Millbrook, they might pay for it themselves as property owners, because it would be increased. get the property back.
I don't think that's human nature.
I think you're wrong. I think a lot of people walk across there to go to the store at Cruisers. There's lots of people. I can tell you, I live on that street. There are a lot of people that walk that, and I can guarantee you it'd be a lot faster. If they're trying to get to Highway 64, they could just cut across through Powell Place. They would love it. But they would have to do it. Just let them, what if we just gave them permission to connect the road? I'm just saying, that's another approach.
Well, this is very informative. I think it's a helpful conversation. I appreciate the conversation has been formalized. I intend to respond to those people who are badgering me about it by letting them know about this conversation and refer to them to the minutes of this conversation. And I'm interested in tabling that matter for some time and continuing to move on. Is anyone else interested in continuing this conversation right now? I don't mean to shut down the conversation.
Is yours the motion to table, John?
Yes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by John Bonnet, seconded by Bette Wilson Folder. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. We have a new category on our agenda tonight. It is board directives. Yes.
Giving the community time to respond. Indeed, that's what they want to do.
Oh, so giving the trailer park.
Yeah, give them the people who don't go
Whomever. Whomever. And the people who are bothering me about it, expressing concern about it, I intend to let them know about this conversation, and I let them know about this memo, and see what they have to say.
So we tabled it for any particular period of time?
Definitely. I mean, unless there's others who want to take it off.
I shared that memo on the Powell Place listserv. I had a list for the rest of the see if there's any problems. But anyway, not everybody subscribes to that, but I do try.
Thank you.
What do they do about traffic calming? I don't think. What do they do about traffic calming? Table items on the So, I was wondering what. You know, usually when we table something, we talk about tabling it, of course, there's certain times.
Yeah, that's to say the least.
Yeah, but basically, if you want the manager to find out from these other people if they're interested in doing that, because I know the individuals, the owners of the mobile home park, I know them, but I don't know any of the other people who own any of the other properties. So,
Yeah, there was at one time a conversation that Jeff had with, I believe, the most adjacent parcel, and it was a quick conversation, and I think he said that this individual was in favor of allowing some sort of access, but I don't know that. I thought it was the one that was, without Jeff here, I'd want to confirm, but I thought it was the one that was adjacent. I thought it was this property over here, but I could be mistaken. No, this one right here.
I think the park is in Lee's name.
It is.
So
The first one's related, but I can't remember what their names are.
It's a couple.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that was the other two properties. I'm not familiar with them, and I'm not aware that any other contact has been made. So we did advise the board that we did hear about this parcel here, but then we started getting into the conversation of other property owners and the need to allow them to weigh in on permission, and so that's where we are. And again, whatever your wish is, I mean, we can pursue this as long and as hard as you want us to.
There's not a criticism of the board on that listserv. They just don't understand.
But to complicate the matter,
I don't have any dolphins. I'm just frustrated that we've got the appearance of a town that causes problems, it doesn't clean up after its
What
mess.
I'm saying is we want him to find out.
Sure, that'd be great. Yeah, that'd be great. If we could learn a little bit more and maybe we'll help the HOA.
We can find out the property owners and that would be great. Contact them.
Construction.
But I know, like I said, I do know one of the property owners. That's
Probably half of it. Okay. All of it.
But
I'm right out there tomorrow, take a look at them and get the foot truck off.
Okay. So we'll table this with the idea that we'll take a look at possible solutions and property owners' willingness to get engaged in this process, okay? All right. Board directives. This is our new category, which discusses things which the board feels strongly about, which we have never actually made policy on these particular issues. We've started our new dive into board directives because a lot of times we get to this hour of the evening, we get the commissioners' concerns, and we say things which Alice, either as town clerk or Ron Grusbeck as town manager, don't know whether we're making policy or we're just making comments after a long and exhaustive meeting. So we thought that what we would do is try to bring items into this category that we could actually make policy on. It's late, I know that. And so the first one was in your packet, which was a resolution with respect to the elimination of certain herbicides in town, given the idea that some of these the Roundup kinds of herbicides have been found to be of medical concern to folks, and so there are 8 things which are shown here as thoughts that we might be able to do to ban them in the town of Pittsboro as far as their use is concerned. We cannot ban the sale of these products in Pittsboro because that would be inappropriate. I have talked with the farm and garden stores in the Pittsboro community and encouraged them to support the ban. One of them does not care to support the ban. The other one is interested in doing so. The community college, I believe, John Sonnet has talked with someone at the community college, and they are, did they express it?
I didn't get back to
okay.
Robert Cohen.
Okay. But we could rely on them to give us ideas of other things that might protect the health and safety of the town officials, especially the members of our public works staff who are applying the chemicals, but especially to the citizens and the animals and the children. So if people have had a chance to review this, we could think about this as being board policy directive. If not, we can table it to study it further if the board thinks that's appropriate. What's the pleasure of the board?
I'm very much encouraged by your initiative, Mayor. I really appreciate it. I think that there's a great challenge with the health research regarding glyphosate in particular, because there's this very, very strong popular focus fear on carcinogens and cancer, where the evidence actually seems to be suggesting that there are many, many other health issues associated with glyphosate, which are much less dramatic than cancer. But the research is not being done at federal level. And the EPA, for example, has been wearing blinders on this issue. And I could go on at great length criticizing the EPA on this issue. But I think there are some very clear health concerns and very clear reasons for a precautionary approach to it. I would like to see a little bit different approach, and I'm sorry that I didn't have time to put it in writing, put my comments in writing there. But, for example, I think it's item number 1 in your actions list. I would instead urge that the manager and his directors come up with plans in some time frame, I don't know, 90 days, 6 months, to reduce and eliminate the use of glyphosate-based herbicides. And I might have some thoughts on how to moderate or tweak the other items as well. But I'm very curious to hear other commissioners' thoughts.
Other thoughts? The hour is late. I would not be the least bit distressed at taking this to the next meeting so that we have time to think about other resources that we could use, other contacts, and fine-tune it if that seems to be appropriate.
Really in support, and John, you made a good point that the staff look at some of the best methods. Some of those talk about immediately destroying all the stock we have, which maybe we should think of another way, perhaps to approach that.
Shall we bring it back, or shall we just modify it here, or what you thought?
I don't know about asking all farm and garden stores in Pittsburgh to be encouraged to ban this in the product also.
Yeah. That might be a little stiff, and
but I do definitely agree with the concept.
Okay. Well, let's rework it over the next 2 weeks and soften it perhaps just a little bit. Interestingly enough, the farm stores have definitive feelings about it. There are some circumstances in which, especially if somebody is tending large areas by themselves, that they might need to have assistance with some kind of product like that. So we'll rework that, and as far as the second item under board directives, this is not really ripe yet for action, but I'll pass this out. I went and said hello to the folks at the food line and let them know that we were very interested in trying to reduce single-use plastics, and they say they're slow. No, they don't say they're slow. They say they are tending toward that direction, but they're going very slowly. It's an observation, but that's the kind of thing that we could use this board directive section for, is taking a look at that kind of thing. So let's check in with that next time as well. It's late. So if you have any thoughts or ideas about that kind of thing, we could. I'd be glad to see your thoughts over the next little while so we can fine-tune it.
Well, I think you mentioned this to me. You mentioned this as an idea, and I think just that morning at a Virgo radio program that talked about how a community had done this and it actually backfired and produced more plastic in the community. So I'll try to find more information on that because I thought it was interesting. Because it was ironic that it was
something about we don't want to create a black market.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Well, all right. Very good. Thank you. That's our first foray into more directives. And please let us know if there are other items like this that need to come for us so that we can make a substantive policy on things. Because it is really very difficult to sometimes understand where we are on a particular topic.
Thank you.
So, Commissioner concerns, Jay Farrell, can we start with you?
I don't have anything.
Yes?
We were approached at a break by Town Park to see if we would consider perhaps making a motion to pass the tree element pending receipt of satisfactory rewriting. And I thought we would give them the courtesy to consider that.
Board?
I'm comfortable doing that, knowing that we will get the language and be able to deal with the language when it comes back. We had 5, I thought, items that were manageable. So, I know we've done this in the past. Other items, I would support that motion.
Commissioner Baird, could you again repeat what you're proposing?
That we would approve the element pending satisfactory language that they present to us at the next meeting.
Well, no, it's not by.
Yeah.
So there's 2 votes.
We would definitely have to agree that the language is satisfactory. I don't think it would require another vote. I think we could have a consensus on the board.
Or it could be an agenda item.
Well, it would definitely be an agenda item so that we could receive and analyze the language.
Yeah.
But I think it was a request. I thought it was a reasonable request. So.
I'm not in favor of that. I'd like to see it.
I think we will see it.
Yeah.
I think I don't have a problem with that, as long as it's going to specifically state what we have talked this stuff to.
I agree. I mean, they've answered all the issues that we have sent forward, and I'm comfortable with it.
Well, then I'll make a motion to approve pending receipt of satisfactory language at the next meeting.
Second.
Moved by Michael Fiocchi, seconded by Jay Farrell.
Discussion.
Further discussion?
So, we have had situations like this in the past, and we have gotten language back that was not what we had discussed. And in other situations, we've gotten language back that wasn't even discussed. And in many cases, it went against the spirit of what we were trying to do. And I can't support voting for language that we haven't seen finally. I can say, as I said earlier, I have no intention of bringing up any additional issues. I feel that we've had good faith conversation tonight. I feel more comfortable about the conversation we've had tonight than any conversation we previously had about this element. It's as frustrating to me that we've had these delays as I imagine it is for y'all. I'm going to be very happy to vote on this in 2 weeks, and very happy to move on. But I cannot support voting for a language that we haven't seen final language on.
Pretty much the motion, the discussion is just on not the 5 items that we have left. That can be a motion being made on that to either review or accept or deny, correct?
It's not a complete document. How does it kind of help Chatham Park? I don't see any purpose in that.
Then we would not find it satisfactory, and it would be pending satisfactory.
So why does voting on part of it now benefit Chatham Park as opposed to waiting until we have the whole thing?
I think it was a request that I'm happy to make it. I don't feel there is risk here that we're going to get a document that does something other than what we want.
Further discussion? The motion on the floor is to approve in the tree element with the exception of the 5 items itemized tonight. Those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
Opposed?
The motion carries. And we will have that as an agenda item, if we might, on the first section of old business, to review those 5 items on next agenda. All right. I believe we have a closed session. Is there a motion to go into closed session?
So moved. No, wait, I'm sorry, I didn't get to express my concerns, please. And And actually, Mr. Giogo had, yes, we need to go.
Motion to go out of.
Withdraw motion, yes.
Okay, so Pamela was next. You had, was that your only concern?
Do we know when the CDM Smith study final report will be delivered?
We could probably have an update or a full report on that whenever CDM Smith is available to go through it. So I don't know if we have it actually on our desk right now. I know it's been more or less completed.
Okay.
But I was kind of hoping to have them kind of walk us through it.
Be great.
So looking forward to that.
Also, Mr. Griesbeck, do you, or perhaps you already have responded to the streetlight removal request?
It appears as if that, just for everyone else, in case you haven't seen the email, there was a resident who is requesting a street light be taken down, which I got to admit is the first time I've ever heard that in my career. It usually go that way around. I think there was some feedback that was received by the resident that, much like the speed bump conversation, that she gets the buy-in and input of the residents. She's forwarded four or five residents, which is interesting, one of which doesn't include someone that I know is interested in keeping the street light there, but that's fine. If that's the case, and if that is in fact the case, then all of those residents, I haven't verified those residents, if they all want that street light removed, then certainly let's remove the street light. So working with Mr. Poteet to find out what is involved with that, because like I said, we've never done that before. So two steps, we need to verify those residents, and then second, find out what's involved with Duke Energy in terms of removing the street light.
And